Okay. Got that one, and nice. Cool. Let's get this in proper order. Mobile them. Direction descending. Boop. Yay. One, two, three, and a one, and a two, and a three. Please hold. Hello? Am I good now? Yeah, wow. Now I see my, now I see my sound levels up again. Yay! Well, that's kind of annoying. Um, I momentarily muted myself because I got an interruption right at my door just as I was starting my stream. Only for me to apparently completely forget to unmute myself. So that's awkward. You see me a stream with somebody's lips moving, and it's like, they're not saying anything, just like a politician, right? Anyway, um, what I was saying was off the top of my head, the initial comparison to a card like Metal Fatigue would be a card like Sleep, because, I mean, Sleep's big thing is it taps down all creatures. They don't untap next turn, but it taps them down. Well, actually, it's all creatures target player controls. But this taps down artifacts, and so artifacts are commonly either a side effect of, like, I don't know if calling it a side effect is the appropriate word, but something like PNLR, where it comes into play and makes them, or some cards are like whenever you cast X kind of spell, you make a token. I don't know if calling it a side effect in that, because that's the reason that you play. That's a large part of the reason you play cards like PN Kirnalar or other cards that have a similar, hey, you cast a spell, you get a token. That's the big reason a lot of people play those cards. So, artifacts that people play, realistically, in general, tend to fall into one of two categories. Artifact creatures, they'll either be like these 1/1 servos or, Thopters or whatever that you'll eventually swarm somebody with. Um, or, or actual full on artifact creatures like Mirror Battlesphere that are there to be a creature, or Darksteel Juggernaut that are there to literally just show up and smash face. Or they will be, artifact creatures that are there because of what they do. And let's be honest, when you play a creature, it's either because of it's a creature that you're going to smash face with, or it's got an ability that you care about. Realistically, you play a creature because of one of those two things. If you're lucky, it falls into both. The other major type of artifact that people play are there to ramp you. This is where Soul Ring comes in. This is where Coveted Jewel comes in. This is where Gilded Lotus comes in. They get you, they get you more mana. Even Arcane Signet falls into this category because it gets you, realistically, if you play it on 2, it gets you from 2 to 4 fairly quickly. So you look at Metal Fatigue, and the two types of cards that it's mostly going to hit are going to be artifact creatures and your ramping artifacts. Well, if you do this on somebody's upkeep, all the artifacts that they, or even more fun, during their draw step, you tap down all the creatures that they, all the artifact creatures that they're going to want to attack with, and all the mana rocks that they're going to be using. But this isn't just one person, this is everybody. Obviously, if you have this in your deck, you build around the fact that you have this in your deck. Maybe your creature base is low on, low on artifacts to begin with. Maybe you're playing elves. If you're playing elves, then it don't matter. You're not going to be running a lot of artifact creatures. And Iwi has lots of spacecrafts that are artifact creatures when stationed. Yep. Yep. Let's see here. I will point out, though, that the bulk of them, if they are creatures, they are going to generally have a, they're generally also going to be artifacts, which means they're going to be spacecraft, which means they will get tapped down. It is a slight shame that, station as a sorcery. I wish we saw. It's not, I don't think, do this only as a sorcery. I'm not saying I don't think that should be an option. I just don't want it to be like the default, That being said, I haven't actually paid much attention to what happens with the other sets and the other mechanics that have an ability of that kind of nature where you have the ability to activate it. Stuff along the lines of station that rings a bell to me. Level up was as a sorcery. Station is a sorcery. There was one in between, and I forget what it was. Evolved Sleeper allowed you to do it as an instant, which was nice. But I feel like there's another named mechanic that actually said, hey, by the way, this is a sorcery speed. Anyway, can't think of it right now. But yeah, metal fatigue, I see that, and it's like, this gets you the ability to not just tap down, whatever artifact creatures they're going to be dealing with, but also you can reduce the amount of mana they have available for the turn. Because suddenly, instead of being able to tap their Soul Ring and their Gilded Lotus and their whatever else to be able to cast stuff, they're like, for the most part, they're going to be stuck with just their lands. You're going to get the occasional person who likes playing with, like, who likes playing with creatures that can tap for mana. You know, if it's an elf player, they're not going to notice much difference. If they are a, like, red nowadays is getting more creatures that can tap for mana. I have a mono blue deck that, according to one of the guys at one of my local shops, it identifies as a green deck. Wait, what? Yeah, it identifies as a green deck, including having a few creatures in it that tap for mana. So, surprisingly, most of them are not artifact creatures. Let's see if I can pull it up quickly and easily here. Blue. Yeah. So, I have... Okay, I've got 3 artifact creatures in here that tap for mana, so they'll slow me down a bit. Actually, hilariously, Pilcerova won't actually care because it's not a tap ability, it's an untap ability. So I've only got 2 cards that will actually affect. I've got Ornithopter Paradise, and I got Silvermere. Will make a difference to some of the rest of these cards, like Decimator Web. Um, if you're looking for an alternate win con card, Decimator Web is surprisingly inexpensive. You can pick them up for like $1. And just slowly drain your opponent's life total out. And actually, you can slowly drain their life total. Or slowly poison them away. And then you add something like Proliferate with Karn's Bastion in the mana base, which is probably not an unreasonable card. Perfect in my Y'shtola deck. Hey, Zero. So, I mean, you put Decimator Web and Karn's Bastion, which I'd be putting into a lot of decks anyway. And it just happens, you know, Decimator Web just turns around and goes, I give you a poison counter, I give you a poison counter, I give you a poison counter. Proliferate them all, proliferate them all. And up until people get about 7 or 8 poison counters, that's like, okay, that's just being annoying to deal with. Once they've got 8, they're like, you realize 2 more activations, we're all dead, right? What do you mean muted? Where am I? First things first. I can kill that. Oh. Okay. I thought you were... Because I started the stream and I accidentally muted my mic. Well, I didn't accidentally mute my mic. I muted my mic and then forgot to turn it back on. So I'm sitting here. Oh. Not water, but juice, but yes. That's weird. Is it behaving now? Okay. The wonders of technology. Let's see, what else does it actually shut down? Navigation orb, Wayfarer's Bauble. Okay, I suddenly can't fetch lands. To be fair, that's, it's only till end of turn. Or until you can find another way to untap them. And it does tap down artifact lands. So, yeah, I mean, Metal Fatigue feels like one of those cards that it's like, it'll be specifically good, like, it'll be, it'll be specifically good against certain players. Um, and it'll probably just be fine in general. I came up with a funny custom card. Oh no. Sure, go ahead. Zero having a custom card kind of scares me right now. But not in a bad way. But yeah, Metal Fatigue I can see people playing. Echoing Calm? Not really. Echoing Calm's biggest benefit is, I mean, it comes from the fact of, other cards having the same name, right? Unless you encounter somebody who's playing with oh no. I'm not mixing cards up, am I? Enchanted Evening. All permanents are enchantments in addition to their other types. Oh no. So, if you're like me, you tend to want to run around 20 basic lands. That's not the only lands in your deck, but about 20 basics in your deck. About 38, 40 lands. Maybe more depending on the kind of deck you're playing, plus some ramp spells. I like to play a bunch of basics because I don't like the idea of being, you know, somebody going Path to Exile and, I've got 5 basics out or, 3 basics or whatever, and suddenly, or not Path to Exile, no, Path to Exile is the one I want. And then suddenly I've got no lands I can fetch. And if somebody does drop an effect like Blood Moon, I'd like to be able to actually, no cost or colors, legendary creature, floating mana doesn't disappear. Oh, um, Zero, basically what you're looking at would be something like this. Which, hilariously, you even have the creature type right. But the first ability, um, is basically what you're looking for. You would just, I presume, you don't care about the color of mana. You just care that you have mana. Power and toughness equal to the amount of mana you have floating. Yep. This is basically the same idea. So this already, Omnath here already gives you a starting point for the kind of card that you're looking at. If that stat line ever becomes 0/0, Thunder Power. Oh! Okay. So, so it would be a 0/0. Oh, good lord. How would you word that? My initial instinct would just simply be, um, when this is put into the battlefield without being destroyed or sacrificed, destroy all other creatures. That would probably be the closest I can think of to make it work the way you're thinking of. Because the only way. Sorry. Is put into the graveyard from the battlefield. There we go. Because it's incredibly hard. So apart from Legend Rule, which doesn't sacrifice, the only real way to, in general, the only ways to, if it has 0 toughness, then reduce all the other creatures' toughness to 0. Oh man, could you imagine? Oh, you mean like you have a myocredla growth? You have Maya Cradle of Growth. What's the Eternity Hellfader actually do? Oh. I might actually want a copy of this. I might actually have a copy of this for like my mono brown ramp deck, or not mono for mono brown control, I should say. Could you imagine if you had something like Eternity? Yeah. Yeah, you have a myocrystalline growth does what you're talking about. Because Urborg doesn't change the mana, it changes the land. It gives everything an additional land type. This creature has 0 toughness. Gives you mana. Yes. That might be how you want to do it. Uh oh. I know. Ain't technology wonderful? Um, but yeah, Echoing Calm. My biggest concern with a card like Echoing Calm is somebody playing Enchanted Evening going, oh, cool. Because suddenly, Enchanted Evening, just like Micah Sun's Lattice, turns everything into an enchantment. Oh, you've got like 12 forests and 12 basic forests in play. But they're all enchantments. Kill one, and every other one that you've also got. That is my biggest concern with a card like Echoing Calm. You can, any effect that turns everything into a enchantment. Suddenly this just goes. I mean, there are times when this is more acceptable. Like everybody's got, servo tokens in play, or everybody's got like a dozen clue tokens, or what have you. I go, okay, kill one, and all the rest also go pop. But I just used it as like one big, you know, let's take out half a dozen or a dozen lands. That kind of scares me. So if you're going to play Echoing Calm, the thing is, if you're going to play Echoing Calm, um, here's the problem. In combination with something like Enchanted Evening, it can be really strong. Without an effect like Enchanted Evening, you might as well just play Disenchant in that slot because it's got better flexibility. Um, because the chance of you hitting more than one enchantment at a time is going to be pretty low. Even if you hit like Smothering Tithe, the likelihood of more than one person having Smothering Tithe at a time or if you've got an effect like, I can't remember what it's called, but there's an effect like followed footsteps, I believe, for enchantments. Every upkeep you get another copy of it. Cannot remember for the life of me what it's called. Uh, oh, is there not one? I thought there was. Steal enchantment. That's adorable. 2 blue to steal someone's enchantment. That's adorable. I suddenly want one. Anyway, um, there is copy enchantment, which does, make a copy of a given enchantment. But unless you've got an effect like something like that to deal with, echoing calm, like I said, even if I have Smothering Tithe in play and you target my Smothering Tithe, the likelihood of somebody else having one at the same time, it's not zero, but I would say it's relatively low. So in that slot, in general, I would rather play with Disenchant or some other similar effect. Echoing Calm, the only way to really use it is if you're playing with a card like Enchanted Evening, at which point everything can go completely off the rails depending on how nice or how mean you want to be. So, yeah, Echoing Calm feels like either a 0 or a 10. I mean, I'm exaggerating for the sake of illustration, but it feels like it's either eh, why bother? Or it's like, what are you doing? Purge. 2 mana. Wow. I cannot. I can't believe I do not remember this card. Destroy target artifact creature or black creature. It can't be regenerated. Oh my god, that's hilarious. For the first and last time, the horrific creature experienced terror. Destroy target non-artifact, non-black creature. It can't be regenerated. Destroy target artifact creature or black creature. It can't be regenerated. Oh, don't kid yourself. White has got a lot of spot removal. Um, Usually exile based, but it does have some destroy effects. Um, what's that one that's in standard right now? Format type 2. Uh, Mana value less than 3. No, mana value equal 2, I think. ID equal white. What are you called? Get Lost. Get Lost is really big and important. 2 mana, destroy target creature, enchantment, or planeswalker, and they get 2 map tokens to replace it. Shrug. Um, that is that is the big one that sees playing standard right now. They do occasionally end up with other destroy effects. White's also the color known for, um, mass board wipes. So you're looking at cards like Wrath of God and Day of Judgment and that sort of card. Largely falls into white, and in general, it tends to be destroy. The more expensive ones, mana wise, tend to be exile based, but when you're looking at like 4 or 5 mana, you're usually looking at destroy. But yeah, purge. I've generally found that, as I've mentioned in previous broadcasts, I generally find that black and green tend to be the most played colors in Commander in general. I would probably say like 75 to 80% of the decks that people actually play are at least one of those two colors. Um, and so being able to find a target, you sit down at a table, chances are somebody's going to have a demon in play, or somebody's going to have, uh, you know, a giant, mech titan or something that has to be dealt with. 2 mana, kill it. Also, depending on what you're playing, some things become artifact or black creatures. So, as an example, you're looking at Mutavault. Not Mutavault, sorry, Mishra's Factory. Hey, Holly. Yeah, basically. Yeah, Mishra's Factory turns the land into an artifact creature until end of turn. Spawning Pool does something similar for black. Then you've got your various dual lands. Uh, Restless Reef comes to mind. Becomes a blue-black shark, which suddenly means 2 mana instant, I can kill your land. So, yeah, Purge I think is worth playing. Um, Probably more on the back of the fact that it can hit black creatures, but it's going to have, I would suggest, I was about to add Mishra's Factory to my cart, then I'd say, uh, shouldn't be. Mishra's Factory? Dominaria Remastered is like 13 cents. Jumpstart 22 is like 10 cents. Um, yeah. Yeah, see, if you want to be looking at, say, this one, you know, if you're looking at, like, this one is the one that, like, everyone seems to like, and it's like 400 US, and this is 172 US. But as soon as you get out of antiquities and you start going to, like, even 4th edition, it drops down to, like, under $4. And you can find recently printed versions that are less than a quarter. But yeah, Purge is going to hit a lot of things. Purge will probably find something in everybody's deck. So yeah, if you're considering playing Purge, I would be perfectly fine with that. Stir the Pride, I see this as like, this is what you play when you want to play True Conviction, but you don't want to, um, like, you want to surprise somebody with it. For those that don't know, this is the card I'm talking about. Triple white +3. Creatures you control have double strike and lifelink as an enchantment. I say you play Stir the Pride when, yep, when you want to, like, basically you're looking for a one shot that you can sneak up on somebody with. And there are times when Stir the Pride is better. Yeah, exactly, Holly. Tokens go wide. If you have a lot of creatures that are only 1/1s, um, 0 power or 1 power, Stir the Pride is going to be better. 2 power, they break even. However, Stir the Pride does also pump toughness, which is not, not irrelevant. 3 power, you're generally 3 power or higher, you're generally going to want True Conviction instead. However, if it's really easy for you to generate a bunch of a bunch of like 1/1 sapperling tokens, or 1/1 thopters or what have you, or even 0/1 Eldrazi spawn tokens. You cast, yeah, whatever, I'll attack with everything. What? Yeah, I'll attack with everything. Stir the Pride, you're dead. What? Stir the Pride, you're dead. Just go the White Fountain and the Rabble Rouse from Nuke. Rabble Rouse. No. Streets Nuke. Name Rabble. Rabble Rousing. Whenever you attack with one or more creatures. Yeah, the funny thing about Rabble Rousing is like, I attack with a bunch of creatures. Cool. Now I still have defense available. But yeah. Yeah, if you suddenly want to like kill the entire table and you want to give them like minimal opportunity to respond. Oh, dude, why not? Can't use that in my Esper deck. Is it you don't have enough creatures? Because keep in mind, this only says creatures you control. It doesn't say it doesn't specify anything beyond that. Does the it creates green part mean no? Wait. Oh, you mean Yavimaya Cradle Growth? Oh, no, you're talking the what was the name of that? See, you're talking about the Eternity Elevator. You're talking about the Eternity Elevator. Um, the Eternity Elevator. So there used to be a rule in Commander that said you could not generate mana outside your commander's color identity. So if your commander was, let's say, red green, you could not create blue mana. They got rid of that a few years ago. Um, because there's, amongst other things, there's also ways to abuse that rule. Um, Plus, it just didn't seem like a rule that really needed to be there. It's kind of like the mana burn thing. Games were so rarely decided by mana burn that they just got rid of it because it wasn't really doing what it needed to. It was more relevant way back in the day, like 25 plus years ago, but they got rid of it. And yeah, the rule about can't create mana outside your commander's color identity, they got rid of that too. So now you can play, this is part of the reason I can get away with playing Yavimaya Cradle of Growth in my mono blue deck, allowing my oh yeah, and the rule was if you would create a color that's not in your commander's color identity, it became colorless instead. Account created. Hello, Amelia. Um, 18th, 5 days ago. Okay, Amelia, are you an actual person there, or I've been getting a lot of people over the last couple of months turn around and saying something, only to find out it's actually a spam bot. Somebody claiming to be a person, only to find out, oh no, that's actually a bot you're talking to. So, Amelia, if you are there, please say something. But yeah, Smite Force, it you can create mana outside your commander's color identity. Most of the time, you're going to only be able to use it as colorless mana anyway. So if you hit the elevator and you tap it for, say, 25 mana and you declare green, you're going to have 25 green mana floating around in your Esper deck, which realistically you're probably only going to be able to use as colorless. But you'll have a bunch of extra mana to play with. I would probably, for the most part, just use it as a colorless Gilded Lotus. Um, but there's no reason you can't play it. You just ideally would want to be able to declare black or green or blue. Probably not knowing the deck list that you've got. My initial impression would probably be blue first for things like improvise spells, or I can't remember what it's called. Oh, Word of Invention, I think I'm thinking of, or like card draw, like expel card draw effects, and then black would probably be second. White tends to be relatively low on list in terms of stuff that people would want to play in an Esper deck that's going to require a bunch of mana into it. Doesn't mean they don't exist. It just tends to be, compared to black and blue, that tends to be a fair bit lower. Loxodon Mystic. My biggest problem with Loxodon Mystic is in general, it seems like it comes on too late. It is not an effect that you are generally looking for. Like, people playing an effect like this generally want it somewhere early. That being said, this is also a 3/3. It's 5 mana for a 3/3. White and tap target creature. I can see this seeing play more in a format like Commander because it'll be easier to keep it around because it's a 3/3. Yeah, but I mean, like that would have been relevant. That would have been relevant like 20 years ago. Actually, Odyssey, Onslaught. Yeah. Um, but if you're playing Holly, if you're playing with cards, if you're playing cards because they're clerics, sorry, 20 years ago. This came out in 2004. So 2004, technically 21 years ago. But, give a little extra time for people to brew. Um, like this will need something like a braid or something of that nature to take out compared to, a lot of effect like cards with this effect are commonly like 1/1s and two, maybe a 2/2. So this is going to take something that's an actual more real removal spell. but are you ready for, having a big creature in play and going white tap tap target creature on a 5-drop? Probably not worth it at that point. But if you are looking for this style of effect, yeah, I would go with cheaper creatures for this sort of thing. I would honestly, I would find more use for Metal Fatigue for basically this entire first row than I would for Loxodon Mystic. The big reason to play Loxodon Mystic, I think, is if you're going Elephant Tribal. Oriok Glaive Master. If you're playing this card, you're playing around you're playing around equipment. You want There are two ways of building any style of creature based deck, and that's go wide and go tall. Go wide Go wide is I have a bunch of creatures and I'm using all of them. Go tall is I have one creature I'm going to make my really big threat. And so Oriok Glaive Master is I'm playing equipment, but I'm playing more of a go wide strategy. So, you know, like everybody's going to get something. So my initial intuition for a deck of that nature would be a lot of your cards are going to be uh, like Living Weapon, for Mirrodin, Job Select, stuff that has an ability that the equipment comes into play, it makes a body, and then attaches to that body. It's never bad to have a few actual regular creatures, like Oriok Glaive Master, in addition to that. And sometimes you want just the body. It's like sometimes you want your equipment to be just an equipment, not an equipment that brings along its own torchbearer, or whatever you want to refer to them as. So if you're doing something like that, Oriok Glaive Master is not a bad starting point. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Holly, any of the swords of X and Y are kind of silly. What's the one I'm thinking of that's in I'm gonna have to pull you back up. I cannot remember what sword you are. I want to say Feast and Famine. Uh Hearth and Home fetches for lands. Do I not have you in here? I guess not. Uh, Sword of. Alright. Type equipment names sword. Oh, untap. Oh, land. Feast and Famine. Holly, Holly, Holly. What are we going to do with you? I don't know, selling on eBay? I don't know. That being said, if you're also playing with, like, if you're doing something crazy like what I do and building decks out of just commons, uh, Oriok Glaive Master does carry a sword really well, regardless of what kind of sword it is. Holly, stop that. Emissary of Hope. 3 mana for a 2/1 flyer. Eh. But whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you gain 1 life for each artifact that player controls. So, remember near the beginning of the show, I was talking about, Pia and other similar cards being able to make a bunch of, like, servo tokens or, um, servo tokens, Thopter tokens, uh, or then you've got all these cards that nowadays, uh, a side effect is you make map tokens or clue tokens or food tokens or, treasure tokens or what have you. So it is really easy to incidentally, never mind the actual artifact spells, the actual artifacts in play. It's really easy to end up with like 8 or 10 tokens. And so Emissary of Hope being able to just I hit you once, I gain 10 or 12 life. You know, again, if you're looking for a card to gain life in Commander, again, a life gain in and of itself is usually bad, but attached to something else tends to make that something else a lot better. B, if you're looking to gain life, ask yourself whether the deck that you're playing is let's say you're to gain 10 life. Are you looking to ideally gain 10 life at once or 10 instances of gain 1 life? Because the kind of deck that you're building, you're going to want, like, if you're building with cards like a Johnny's Primate, you want 10 instances of gain 1 life, because that Johnny's Primate suddenly goes from like a 2/2 to a 12/12. But if you're looking to gain 10 life at once, well, now you're looking at effects that, like Will of Lost Dreams is the easiest card I can think of. I know there's better options. I just can't think of them off the top of my head. Oh, there was one card I was looking at the other day. Um, Whoops. Whenever you gain life, that many. Right. Oh yeah, Nexus Paragon. Nexus Paragon, very much the kind of card that goes, hey, by the way, I'm going to gain like 10 life in one shot. Cool. All my creatures get 10 +1/+1 counters on them. So if you're looking for an effect like that, or Sunbond, or Light of Promise, and, you know, if you're looking for cards of that nature, those are the kind of cards where you want to gain a bunch of life at once, compared to a Johnny's Primate, where you want a bunch of a bunch of smaller instances of life gain. So, Emissary of Hope is going to gain you a bunch of life at once. It is going to be, I would say it is going to be difficult in a commander game, even if you get this out early, to gain less than, like, gaining 3 life should be trivial. Gaining, like, 6 life should be not difficult. Gaining 10 life should be doable. That depends on people playing specific types of decks, but hitting somebody and gaining 10 should be feasible. So if you're looking to, if you're looking for a card to gain life, and then you turn around and give this lifelink or something of that nature on top of that, and then you get extra life gains. Yeah, Emissary of Hope. If you're, and I may comment on and off about life gain decks. If you look at my list of decks, what is it? Abzan, I think it is. Yeah. I haven't figured out the specific build, but it is life.deck. It is going to sit there and gain a bunch of life and do something with that bunch of life that it gains. Test of Faith. 2 mana, prevent 3 damage to a creature this turn. Target creature, obviously. But every time, every point of damage that you prevent, the creature gets a +1 counter on it. So if you successfully prevent 3 damage, it gets 3 +1/+1 counters. Path of Bravery. Bravery. I already don't remember what you do. So that's... yeah. Yeah, you attack with like 7 creatures. You gain 7 life. Nixos Paragon kicks in and says, cool, I'm going to put 7 +1/+1 counters on each of them. Yeah. But yeah, Test of Faith. Again, if you're looking for damage prevention, damage prevention in of itself usually isn't great. You'd rather have regeneration or indestructible or something of that nature instead. However, you can run damage prevention, you can run something instead of damage prevention, or you can run damage prevention with a bonus. This is a really good damage prevention with a bonus card. If that's the kind of, if that's the kind of road that you want to travel down, this is decent. And for 2 mana, you can get 3, potentially 3 +1 counters on a creature. You do this to a 1/1. It's going to become a 4/4. You just need to be doing 4. You need something to be dealing 3 damage to it, but not 4 damage. But you do it to a 2/2, and it can a 2/2 can block a 4/4 at that point, and then end up being a 5/5 on its own. So if you're in the market for giant growth style effects and you're playing white, Test of Faith is not bad. Pulse of the Fields. Speaking of life gain, this is about this is the kind of card where it's like, I am building with Nykthos Paragon. Grumble. I am building with Nykthos Paragon. I am putting, I'm gaining a bunch of life every turn. Because to me, this is the starting point of I'm gaining a bunch of life every turn, as opposed to I'm having a bunch of instances of life gain. The funny way to build this is if you have an effect like Lich, which you don't gain life. You try to gain a life, but you draw that many cards instead. But realistically, this is the sort of card that you put in a deck with Nykthos Paragon and go from there. You also have to pay attention to when you're casting this, because 3 mana gain 4 life, meh. 3 mana gain 4 life and not spend the card, it's a little better. This is, of course, why it's hilarious playing it with a card like Lich, is because your life total will forever be 0. Terran Ghost. Terran Ghost is a 2 mana 1/1 flyer that tries to be Welding Jar. If you're playing white and you need another Welding Jar, Terran Ghost is fine. Do you have artifacts that you actually care about keeping alive? Yeah, Holly, it actually, between the name and the art, it made sense that it should be a dinosaur. Because it's the spirit of it. Unfortunately, I don't think my Dino Ramp Doot deck has enough artifacts to warrant putting a Terran Ghost into it. But yeah, if you're playing white and you're looking for another Welding Jar effect, yeah, Terran Ghost is probably already on your radar. Leonin Battle Mage. 4 mana for a 2/3. Tap. Target creature gets +1/+1 till end of turn. Whenever you cast a spell, you may untap this creature. You're playing white. But are you playing any kind of Storm combo style deck? And when I say Storm combo style, Storm at its core is based around I cast a bunch of spells and then I get some kind of payoff for the fact that I have cast a bunch of spells. you don't have to be playing. You don't have to be playing cards that has Storm for it to be a Storm style deck. Um, in fact, the the ancient like High Tide decks, like the really ancient ones. We're talking when I think High Tide was in Standard, because wasn't High Tide in like 6th edition or something like that? And during Urza Block, when that was in Standard, the Storm mechanic didn't exist yet. And yet, here you are, like, tapping and untapping a bunch of lands, generating a bunch of mana, drawing a bunch of cards, and then eventually create enough mana to kill your opponent with one giant, stroke of genius. Because you're making them draw their entire deck and then some. But you're doing all of that, you're playing a bunch of stuff in a single turn and ending with one big payoff. You don't have to be playing Storm to do that. If your deck is based around that kind of effect, then Leonin Battle Mage's ability, whenever you cast a spell, just ends up being dumb. You have, I think it's Sensei's Divine Top and Helm of Awakening and like some other effect that can make you draw cards regularly. And you can just end up with an infinite number of like it. If you want to figure out how to do it, or if you want to look into how to do it, it's relatively trivial to be able to go, hey, by the way, I'm going to cast like 37 spells this turn. And use the Leonin Battle Mage to pump a creature. If, and I'm going to hate myself for saying this, if you are playing Jeskai, if you're playing Jeskai, and VV is in your main deck, and you use VV in combination with, with Leonin Battle Mage, you turn around and just go, cool, I'll make VV like a 12/12 or whatever. Then generate a bunch of mana. I'm pretty sure you can figure out what you're going to do with, a dozen extra random mana at your disposal. By the way, VV is now a 12/15 on its own and a 24/27 till end of turn. That's also done a dozen damage to each opponent. That being said, if you're playing VV and you want VV as your commander, you can probably find something with this trigger in your colors. But oh yeah, and this is whenever you cast a spell, you may untap this creature. This triggers on the spell being cast, not on the spell resolving. you can end up with a bunch of these activations on the stack waiting to resolve. Turn the tables, also known as talk to the hand. All combat damage that would be dealt to you this turn is instead dealt to target attacking creature. Sorry, is dealt to target attacking creature instead. Oh, I would take 37 damage? Tell you what, that can take 37. What? Yeah, that dies. Yeah. This isn't a fog. This is a fog on this is what a fog player uses when they actually want to kill a creature. Hilariously, whenever creatures deal damage, it deals you thinking pariah? No, not pariah. Um whenever it's dealt Binding Agony is probably the one you're thinking of. There's also Spiteful Shadows and Ragged Veins. Huh. Oh, yes. Pain for all. Whenever enchant creature is dealt damage, it deals that much damage to each opponent. But yeah, Holly, knowing you, you're probably thinking of Binding Agony. But yeah, turn the tables. Like I said, this is the card that Turbo Fog players, when they're like, okay, that thing has to die now. Notice that it doesn't say it prevents the damage. So stuff like, oh, what's your name? Questing Beast. That says combat damage can't be prevented. This is not prevented. This is still happening. It's just going elsewhere. Oh. Whenever. Repercussion. Holly, Repercussion's probably the card that you're thinking of. Yeah. I tend to know the kind of, because I'm not saying she's wrong, but Holly tends to really like the really old cards. And so when it comes to the kind of cards that get her attention, that she's like, wait, I know a thing that does that. It usually ends up being something that's from like before 6th edition. So it's like, oh, okay, you're looking at this one. But yeah, turn the tables, like I said, the damage isn't prevented. It still happens. It's just being shipped over there instead. Which also means the source doesn't change. So if the source has, if the source has infect or whatever, it's going over there. Uh, 12. I've already been on for an hour and a half. Steel Shaper's Apprentice. If you're playing equipment, you're if you're playing equipment, you're probably playing this, especially if you decide you're going mono white. If you're not going mono white, you can probably find more efficient ways to do this. Because you are looking at 5 mana. However, rather than, sacrificing the creature or whatever, it gets returned back to your hand, so you can get it back. Oh, that's a hilarious idea. Creatures that can tap for a total of 4 mana. Yeah, well, I mean, you say that. A little convoluted. However, Akroma's Memorial, again, mental shortcuts, relevantly here, gives everything haste. Elvish Piper, relevantly here, it's a creature with a tap ability. That puts a creature into play. Enough creatures that tap for a total of 4 mana, I think it is, to, i.e. enough to activate the Elvish Piper. Unless you can find a version of Elvish Piper that doesn't have an activation cost. An Intruder Alarm. Convoluted. However, if you can do that, then you can get the Steel Shaper Apprentice into play for free, i.e. without actually casting it. If it's all creatures, the Akroma's Memorial effect doesn't have to be a creature at all. It can be that, it can be an enchantment, it can be whatever. That's only there to give haste. That can be a static ability. Doesn't matter. Creatures that tap for enough mana and a tap ability to put a creature into play. Plus Intruder Alarm. Intruder Alarm, when the Apprentice comes into play, will untap the other guys. The Apprentice being granted haste means you can go white, tap, or turn it back to your hand. Drop it back into play. It comes into play, untaps the other guys. White, tap, bring it back to your hand. And keep doing that routine. And dig out whatever equipment you want all at once. And This also means you've got uh, a bunch of untapped effects, which also means you've got other stuff that taps for its ability. You can have that going off in the process. Also, I will point out that since it says search your library for a card with a certain restriction on it, reveal, put in your hand, and shuffle, you can fail to find. Think about it this way. You have 38 lands in your deck. You know you put some basic lands in there. You can't remember if you put in, 5 basics or 6. Because let's be honest, that's okay. See you, Holly. Let's be honest, that's not unreasonable for a lot of Commander players. 5 or 6 basics is not unheard of. I like to put more in, but that's me. So you play an effect. You've got 5 basics in play, and you play some effect that says search your library for a basic. Did you actually put a 6th basic land in your deck? If you didn't, then you can't really undo the spell. You're already in the process of resolving it. You see the problem here? Well, I shouldn't say problem, but this is what's going on here. So they have the rule in play so that you don't have to, if it meets, if you're told, look for a card that meets some kind of specifications, you can you can choose not to. And plus, not only that, this will also, this may also tell this could tell your opponent information that you don't want passed on. If you have to find it, if you can, and they go, well, I've got 5 basics, and I don't find a 6th. If you have to, then you have to pull up that 6th basic land. If you don't, then they can go, oh, cool. Then I can use Ghost Core as a strip mine on you. But if you leave that 6th basic in your deck, and they go, Ghost Quarter, cool, I'll dig it out now. You have that option on how to play it. But, yeah, Steel Shaper's Gift, if you've got a bunch of equipment in your deck and you want to be able to, just combo get them all out, yeah, there's ways to make it work. It's not easy, but there's ways to make it work. Or, as Holly mentioned, you can do that, every turn. Soul Scour. This card's kind of fallen by the wayside. It used to be more of a big deal back in the day. This is a 10 mana sorcery. Destroy all non-artifact permanents. It is highly unusual for Magic to give us some kind of Armageddon effect, i.e., destroy all lands. This gave us that kind of effect, but allowed our mana rocks to survive. But 10 mana, blow up all lands, all creatures, all enchantment, all everything, including planeswalkers and battles, which didn't exist yet, unless they happen to be artifacts. I think we need to play this more. Hilariously, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, the fifth most common played white card from Darksteel, but there's only 18. But I think we need to play that more. Well, I should really be careful with that. Armageddon effects are very iffy. If your group is fine with them, that's one thing. But Armageddon is a card that you gotta be really careful with. Wiping all lands, all creatures, basically, like I said, anything that's not an artifact. The problem is, the best person to make use of this is probably running, I would say, at least 3 colors. Is running, as a result, all 3 bridges, all 3 of the appropriate colored artifact lands, including, because obviously it's a white card, is running what do you call it? Not Tree of Tales. Tree of Tales, Great Furnace. See the Synod. Vault of Whispers. Why can I not remember the white one? Why can I not remember the white one? It's gonna drive me bonkers. Ancient Den. So it's gonna they're gonna have, the cycle, so so already gonna have 6 artifact lands. Plus a few ramp artifacts. It's gonna have your soul rings and your, I would probably not be surprised to find Colony Gem in there because it will tap for colored mana. A couple of different Gilded Lotus variants. Pyramid of the Pantheon, Scepter of... Oh, what's the scepter called? Scepter of Eternal Glory. I've got a proxy here because I was waiting for mine to come in. A few cards like that, and then just go, hey, by the way, boom. Hey, I still got mana. How are you guys doing? I would expect somebody to build around the fact that I would expect them to build knowing they've got that in their deck and build accordingly. Ritual Restoration. This is literally Raised Dead for artifacts, but in white. I believe it might be blue normally. Is it Toughness Restoration? No. Argivian Restoration? No. Argivian fine? Oh! Return target artifact or enchantment card from your graveyard to your hand. Return target artifact card from your graveyard to your hand. You run both. Um... Is there not a blue one? Reconstruction. You would get there eventually. Reconstruction is the card I'm thinking of. Yeah. Now, again, we just saw the quick search. Argivian Find, I think it was. Argivian Find or Argivian Restoration, I forget what it's called, is the better one. It's an instant and it can also dig out an enchantment. However, this is still fine. But instead of that, you're going to want to spend a little extra mana and get, Archaeomander. If you can swing it, Argivian Archaeologist, because that's really good. Daring Archaeologist, I think I might go 3 mana for this effect, but not 4, unless unless it happens to do enough otherwise. Remember the Fallen, works well here. Rootwater Diver is hilarious. Savage Scout basically tries to be the same thing. Sanctum Gargoyle. Sanctum Gargoyle being a common for some people might be relevant. Hi. But beyond that, you're looking at Treasure Hunter and Trusty Pack Beast. 2/2 and a 2/3 at 3 mana. You have enough ways to do it cheaply. So the question is, why do you need to get it for 1 mana when you could spend... It's a really weird way to look at things. Normally, one would go, why would you spend X for this effect when you can get almost the same effect for much less? But in Commander, I commonly find that it's, if you spend a little bit more, you can do this thing, but better. So, I don't know I don't know how people feel about that. And if you disagree with me, feel free to mention it in the comments. But I tend to find that there's a lot of instances of, if you spend a little bit more, you can actually get enough extra value to make it worthwhile. So, for example, if we go to Sanctum Gargoyle as an example. Well, Sanctum Gargoyle, because it's a creature with a come into play ability, now you can flicker it, and now you can get multiple uses out of it. Compared to Ritual Restoration, if you're going to do that, now you need something like Archaeomancer to get it back, to redo it. And then flickering the Archaeomancer instead of just flickering the creature itself. Depends on the kind of deck that you're building, etc., etc., etc. However, um, sort by mana value. You have recurable creatures at 2. You have 1, 2, 3. I see at least 3 creatures with come into play abilities at 3. And this is specifically looking for return target artifact card from your graveyard in your hand. It's not looking for anything that might include an artifact card. So it's not looking at Eternal Witness, for example, which can get back any card. So I'm generally of the mind that, to a certain extent, in Commander, if you can spend a little more and get additional value, get a better quality, get a much better quality of card, etc., etc., it's probably worth spending a little more. Um, if I spend I can spend theoretically 1 mana and draw a card, 2 mana to draw 2 cards and discard a card, or 3 mana and draw 3 cards. I would probably skip the 2 mana the 2 mana option altogether as a general rule in a situation like that. Because the 1 mana option, it's relevant because it's a 1 mana card. And it has some other effect that I need. The 3 mana option, if I can pay 3 mana and draw 3 cards, I'm going to do it. That's often 4 or 5. Secrets of the Golden City. Cool. How hard is it for me to get to the city's blessing, which means having 10 permanents in play? So let's see here. 5 lands, an artifact or an enchantment, and 4 creatures. Shouldn't be hard. Cool. I spend 3 mana. I draw 3 cards. Seems good. But yeah, to an extent, this should be true. At some point, you can go far enough up the scale that you start going far enough up the scale that it's like, okay, am I really getting enough extra benefit to justify the additional cost? And if you're not, don't do it. If you're not, if you can't justify the additional cost, don't do it. You have to know when to say no. Hello. Hello. Prevent all damage target spell would deal this turn. You gain life equal to the damage prevented this way. How every so often I'll talk about red board wipes. And I'll bring up cards like, Inferno and Chain Reaction and Blasphemous Act. And then here's the fun one, is Starve Extinction. These all deal damage. Prevent all damage target spell would deal this turn. You gain life equal to the damage prevented this way. Let's take Blasphemous Act, because that's probably the most realistic to cast, because a lot of people are casting that for like 1 or 2 mana. Because, Blasphemous Act, it's nominally a 9 mana spell. But for every creature that's in play, it costs 1 less mana to cast. Minimum the single red mana. So that means in a 4-player game, if everyone's got 2 creatures out, you've now got it down to 1 mana. So now let's go. Okay, cool. You are. Everyone's got 3 creatures, and on average 3 creatures. Maybe it's like 2, 3, 3, 4, or 1, 3, 3, 5, or something like that, or 1, 2, 4, 5, or who knows. But it averages out to 3. Just make the math easier. So that's 12 creatures in play. Blasphemous Act, and I spend a single red. Hallow. I'm going to prevent 13 damage to each of those, 3 creatures per person? So 12 creatures? So 12 times 13 is 156. I prevent 156 damage, and I'm going to gain 156 life. If you were looking for a life gain spell to gain a bunch of life, this is the sort of card that you make sure you've got a copy of in your deck somewhere. Chances are somebody is doing some, like the worst that you look at is like a braid. You prevent 3 damage and gain 3 life, which for a single white mana is not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. But there's a lot of spells that are being done to like burninate people. And just go, yeah, no. Pristine Angel. Part of its interest comes from the fact that, well, it's an angel. 6 mana for 4/4. With that same activated ability that we mentioned earlier. Whenever you cast a spell, you may untap it. As long as it's untapped, it has protection from artifacts and from each color. It doesn't have protection from colorless. It has protection from artifacts. There is a difference. Historically, artifacts were the only actual way you could colorlessly do anything like that. Then we got to the Eldrazi, and everything went bye. But prior to like Rise of the Eldrazi, realistically, this covered everything. It had protection from everything. Yeah, you either play this because you have ways to have it untapped so you can attack with like Vigilance, for example, and thus it's regularly got protection from most things. Or you're making use of the fact that whenever I cast a thing, I can untap it. Oh. Cool. I have this thing that, I don't know, let's say tap enchant creature, deal damage equal to enchant creature's power to any target. Thunk. This takes damage. Okay. I cast Lightning Grease. Untap. Tap. This takes damage. Okay. I cast Whisper Silk Cloak. This takes damage, etc., etc. Leonin Shikari. 2 mana for 2/2. You can equip anytime you can. You can equip as an instant. This is huge. This is so big because equipping generally says do this only as a sorcery. Leonin Shikari says strike that line off. Being able to equip as an instant is huge. I mean, ask any modern player who's been around the format for, let's say, at least 10 years. What what the affinity deck is like when they can equip um cranial plating as an instant. Blue cards. I'll have to go through this fairly quickly because this has already been 2 hours and I've only done white. Hoverguard Observer. 4 mana for a 3/3 flyer. Can only block flyers. Guess what? We got Phantom Monster eventually downgraded to common, and which is an easier to cast version of this. 1 blue plus 3 instead of 2 and 2. It's a 3/3 flyer with no blocking restriction. It's just a 3/3 flyer. And Phantom Monster's been kicked to the curb by things like Jin Windseer or whatever it's called. Wildseer? No, Windseer. By, cards like this. Yeah. Go away. So, unless you are playing something weird like Drone Tribal. Yeah, no. Narog Prodigy. 3 mana for 2/1 flyer. Discard an artifact to return it to its owner's hand. So, there are reasons to play this. There's some odd reasons to play this. If you're building a blue reanimator deck. Wait, what? Yeah, you heard me. If you're building a blue reanimator deck. Based on cards like this. Argivian Restoration. Literally, it's the blue resurrection for artifacts instead of creatures. And there are similar effects in blue or in even as colorless. So Narog Prodigy then gives you a way to discard artifacts that you want to be able to bring back the following turn. Does the artifact have an ability that can be used when it's in the graveyard? Does it have Unearth? Does it have... Well, Unearth is the big one. There are also cards that will have effects while they're in the graveyard. The kind of cards like Wonder and Wonder and Anger sort of idea. But there are, there's cards all over the place that have an effect while they're in their graveyard. Stuff that's got manas, aka cards that actively don't mind being discarded. Cards that you want, cards that you want to discard because you have other ways to bring them back. Cards that don't mind being discarded because they have use while they're in the graveyard or can be replayed from the graveyard. or be played while you're discarding them because, you know, madness and now the mayhem mechanic. Yeah, and that's just the discard part. Return to its owner's hand. Okay, well, that's got its own uses. And chances are, if you're doing that, you're probably running enough artifacts that you don't mind. So, my initial opinion for something like this would be for, like I said, a mono blue reanimator style deck. Psychic Overload. Psychic Overload. So 4 mana, enchant permanent. It can enchant. Hilariously, this, because it says enchant permanent, can enchant lands. When it enters, tap enchant permanent. Enchant permanent doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. To untap it, you discard 2 artifacts. With enough artifacts in your deck, and with enough draw somehow, this is a combo piece. So, as an example, Arcana the Omnipotent. Let's say your deck is 50 artifacts in it, including artifact lands. Tap, draw 3 cards. Let's say I started with 4 in my hand. I'm now at 7. Chances are not unreasonable I have 2 artifacts in my hand. Okay, I'll discard 2. Untap Arcanus. Tap. Draw 3. You probably want as many artifacts as you reasonably can to do this. I think if I'm looking to do something of that nature, I'm looking to build based on the idea of seismic swans. For reference, that refers to this. This is the swans in question. Damage dealt to the swans is prevented, but however much damage was trying to be dealt, the controller got to draw cards instead. Combined with Seismic Assault, discard land, 2 damage to any target. I discard a land through Seismic Assault, hit the swans. The 2 damage is prevented, I draw 2 cards. I discard land, hit the swans, draw 2 cards. Discard land, hit the swans, draw 2 cards. I think if I'm doing something along the lines of Arcanus plus Psychic Overload, for the same kind of reasoning, I'm doing it based on the mental skeleton of Swans Brenargle and Seismic Assault. I think I'm starting there as a skeleton. So how many lands do I need? Becomes how many artifacts do I need? And then from there, you need some reason to have all those artifacts in your deck. And maybe you've got some kind of like mass. Um, what were you called? Not second sunrise. Face reward? Oh, Open the Vaults is the card I was thinking of. If you have some kind of like, you know, I I discard a bunch of artifacts, I drop them all into my graveyard. Then, because at that point you've got 6 mana because, you've cast Arcanus, which is a 6 drop. Well, okay, now you're playing blue white. No big deal there. And then, cool. Well, maybe at 6 mana, 8 mana, sorry, 6, 7, 8, 9. Bring them all back. Or maybe you got some kind of effect that cares about how many artifacts are in your graveyard. Is this what I'm thinking of? This only affects somebody else's graveyard, but if you've got a card like this, for each artifact or creature card in target opponent's graveyard, so you want something like this for your own graveyard, add a colorless and gain a life. So, you can combo shenanigans with this thing. Magnetic Flux. Artifact creatures you control gain flying till end of turn. Probably wouldn't bother. Because I think for 2 mana you can do it to 2 creatures, period. So why would you have to restrict it to artifact creatures? Although, this is artifact creatures, period. So if you've got like 6 artifact creatures, but again, you can play this, or, you can play Levitation, which, for an extra mana, creatures you control have flying. Period. End of story. 1 more mana. Permanent effect for all your creatures, artifact or not. Quicksilver Behemoth. 7 mana for a 4/5 with affinity for artifacts, which means it's fairly easy to cast this as like 1 or 2 mana. When it attacks or blocks, return it to its owner's hand at the end of combat. You play this if you have a reason for recasting it. Or you just simply play this as a kind of as a painless Psionic Blast. Use it as a, use as a blocker to deal 4 damage to a thing. That's not completely unreasonable. Carry away. This is adorable. 2 blue, enchant equipment. It's not very often that you'll see a aura say that it's what it has to enchant has to fall into a specific subtype. Normally it's just enchant artifact or enchant creature or enchant land or, one major category, the types. But then you get the subtypes. Creature subtypes are commonly just simply referred to as creature types. Same with lands. Basic land type. Technically it's a subtype. But even in the rules, they admit it's also called just type. Artifact type, technically artifact subtype. It's very rare you're going to see something referred to enchant subtype instead of enchant actual type. Carry away. Nice equipment you have. Thank you. Wait, what? Mine now. You spent all that time and effort getting that equipment out. Mine. You steal an equipment from somebody. You still have to pay whatever the cost is to equip it. I will point out that stuff that's got, for example, living weapon. Living weapon makes a 0/0 germ and then attaches the equipment to it. Oh. I'll take that equipment. Germ dies. Vex. This was, I believe, the first attempt at, quote-unquote, reprinting Arcane Denial, which originally came out all the way down here in Alliances. And we've talked about this card before. Pardon me. Counter target spell. On the next turn's upkeep, they can draw up to 2 cards. But at the same time, you can draw an extra card next turn. So, this is a little bit like the early precursor to cards like an offer you can't refuse. It's just we didn't have a way to refund mana yet. treasure tokens didn't exist yet. Treasure tokens, gold tokens, nothing of that nature existed yet. And refunding your own mana was already difficult. We got mana drain, and that was basically about it from what I remember by this point. But yeah, Arcane Denial. This was the first the first time that we tried, or that Wizards tried making another card that basically did Arcane Denial. So what happens here is, compared to Arcane Denial, they draw 2 cards and we draw 1. Let's cancel out a card draw for each person. That means they draw 1 and we draw 0. Counter target spell. That spell's controller may draw a card. This was also around the time they had started to decide that counterspell might be a bit strong. So they hadn't got to cancel yet. But counterspell they decided was too strong. They were trying to figure out how to build a counterspell that people would actually play. For a format like Commander, this is great because you can stop a spell, but still give them they still get something out of it. So, it's fine if you're looking for a nicer version of a card like Counterspell. In my opinion, you play Arcane Denial first because its controller gets 2 cards, but you also get an additional card. And then this is often the next one on the list. Second Sight. Basically, so Second Sight has basically choose target player and look at the top 5 cards of their library. You have 2 choices, an opponent or yourself. If you pay the entwine cost, you get to hit 2 players. You get to hit an opponent and yourself. Look at top 5 cards of the library, put them back in any order. Honestly, if I'm looking for a card like this, I'm looking at Susang, I'm looking for Sensei's Divining Top. There's enough other cards that let me look at the top however many cards in my library. Even if I can't rearrange them, Orcus Spy I think does that as just a tap ability. Yeah, look at the top 3 cards of target player's library. You have to put them back in the same order. But even if you have to leave them back in the same order, you can plan around that. Second Sight happens to give you the ability to rearrange them, and happens to be able to let you hit 2 people, but it's not that hard to get an extra ability of a tap ability. Honestly, I would put Second Sight further down this end. But that's a me. It's a me, Mario. Wahoo! Synod Artificer. 3 mana for 1/2. X tap, tap X target non-creature artifacts, or X tap, untap X target non-creature artifacts. If you're playing this, where you really want this is hitting a bunch of mana rocks, tapping let's say, chromatic orrery and the artificer. The chromatic orrery generates 5 colorless. It's the 7 mana version. So I'll spend, I'll untap the orrery that I just tapped and any other 4 artifacts that I've got. In neither case, then, can they be creatures, but be like, cool, I'll untap Chromatic Orrery, Gilded Lotus, Dreamstone Hedron, I don't know, Soul Ring, and an artifact land. Sea of the Synod. You're playing blue. Cool. Well, that just generated. I spent 5 mana, but I got the 5 mana refunded, and I just got back what 3, 6, like 11 mana. That being said, if you're looking for an effect like this, Dramatic Reversal on Isochron Scepter ideally was something like Soul Ring or Palladium Mirror. Dramatic Reversal, non-land permanents. So yeah, basically any non-land that you can tap for 2 mana, throw this on Isochron Scepter and you get everything back. You're probably better off doing it that way. If it's got to be a creature to do it, there's worse options. Creature's also going to be easier to singularly search up. Chrome Scale Drake. 9 mana for 3/4 flyer with affinity for artifacts. We're going to keep seeing affinity for artifacts. Affinity came out in Mirrodin. Affinity for artifacts, I believe, came out in Darksteel. The original affinity was affinity for other stuff. Like you had Spire Golem, which was affinity for islands, and Dross Golem, which was affinity for swamps and so forth. And then affinity for artifacts was in Darksteel and kind of broke stuff. 3 blue plus 6, but very reasonably, by the time you're considering casting this for full price, you're probably casting it for triple blue. 3/4 flyer. When it enters, reveal the top 3 cards of your library. Put all artifact cards revealed this way in your hand and the rest in your graveyard. If you're lucky, you hit 3 artifacts, all 3 of them go to your hand. If you're unlucky, you hit no artifacts and they all go to the graveyard. But if you're playing a card like Chrome Scale Drake, you're probably playing it because you're running a bunch of artifacts and you've got artifact synergies, which probably means that you're happy regardless. Neurok Transmuter. Oh my lord. Neurok Transmuter was weird. I'm trying to remember what the shenanigans here involved. But it's a 3 mana 2/2 with 2 activated abilities that both cost a blue. Target creature becomes an artifact in addition to its other types till end of turn. or until end of turn, target artifact creature becomes blue and isn't an artifact. So, if you hit a creature with the first ability, it's now an artifact creature. And then doing it with the second one turns it from a... So you've basically... It's a two-step program to go, hey, by the way, you're a blue creature now. March of the Machines. If an artifact creature is an artifact creature, only because March of the Machines. There we go. Neurog Transmuter's second ability, the one that makes it go from an artifact creature to a blue. If an artifact creature is if an artifact is an artifact creature only because March of the Machines is on the battlefield, March of the Machines takes all artifacts and makes them into artifact creatures with power and toughness equal their mana value. And then you activate Neurog Transmuter's second ability on that artifact creature. The result is a permanent with no types whatsoever. Neurog Transmuter's ability removes the type artifact. March of the Machines depends on knowing what is and isn't an artifact. The permanent won't be an artifact when March of the Machines effect is applied, and therefore it won't be turned into a creature. So, and you're going, wait, what? March of the Machines. Each non-creature artifact is an artifact creature with power and toughness equal to its mana value. Let's just use Soul Ring and ignore everything else. Soul Ring, March of the Machines is in play. It's a 1/1 creature. Okay. Still has the ability to tap for 2. But it's with March of the Machines in play. Soul Ring is a 1 mana, 1/1 artifact that can tap for 2. Or 1/1 artifact creature that can tap for 2. You activate this. Until end of turn, target artifact creature becomes blue and isn't an artifact. So the initial thinking is that, well, okay, well now you're a blue creature. But it's not. It's only an artifact creature because March of the Machines is in play, which turns all artifacts into creatures. Or into artifact creatures. Neurog Transmuter removes its artifactness, which March of the Machine sees that and goes, well, if you're not an artifact, I can't make you into a creature. So suddenly, until end of turn, Soul Ring is a blue permanent that's not an artifact, not a creature, not a land, not an enchantment, not a sorcery, or not any card type with the ability. It's just a blue permanent. It's like, but it costs 1, but it's got a blue color identity symbol on it. And it taps for 2. And that only happens if you've got an effect like March of the Machines that takes, artifacts and turns them into artifact creatures. Neurog Transmuter turns around and goes, you're not an artifact, and you're not a creature, and you're not an artifact. You're a nothing. Machinate. Again, if you're running enough artifacts to, you know, not only do you play this, not only should you be considering playing this in a deck that's got like PNLR and, stuff of that nature. I know there's newer ones. I just can't remember what they are right now. Um, Not Brawl. But there's a few guys that turn around and make Thopters or make constructs or whatever when they come into play. But also, if you're generating enough clues, or you're generating enough treasures, or you're generating enough whatever. Machinate at that point can turn around and go, cool. I have how many cards left? I've got 75 cards left in my deck. I've got 20 artifacts in play. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 20. Look. Put one on my hand. And I'll put the rest on the bottom in this order. That kind of feels like playing with, oh, what's that annoying card for that? It tries to be Demonic Tutor that's on Arena. Um, uh, Assemble the team. Assemble the team is basically like, with enough artifacts. Machinate is basically like a mono blue assemble the team. Thing is, look at the top X cards. Put one of those cards in your hand. You don't have to search up another artifact. You can search up land if you want. Last word. Really hard to stop. It's a counterspell that is hard to stop. It's not impossible. There are ways to stop it, but it's hard to stop and of itself. You need cards that will either end the turn or return the spell to owner's hand or exile the spell or something. But yeah, you're looking for counter spells and you want one that's hard to stop. Well, last word. I know Tulane is going to be running it. Tulane is my deck that's put on the hazmat suit, get the iron tongs, pull the deck out of the deck box. Yeah, it's one of those decks. I counter everything. And that's going to be in that deck because it stops things from resolving. And it in and of itself is hard to stop. Pulse of the Grid. 3 mana instant, draw 2, then discard a card. But if somebody's got more cards than you, you bring it back to hand. I will point out that if you don't bring this back to hand, this is card neutral because you've spent a card and you've discarded a card and you've drawn 2 cards. So 2 cards have left and 2 cards have been drawn. So card neutral. But if somebody's got more cards than you do, then you're actually plus a card. which doesn't sound exciting, but that's what cards like Divination and Stock Up do. And enough with enough mana, enough card difference, you can just keep spending. For every 3 mana, you end up plus a card, and you're discarding cards, which does send us back to that thing about the mono blue reanimator. Retract. Return all artifacts you control to an owner's hand. You probably don't want this effect. If you do, you probably more realistically want, well, the main reason to run this specifically is because you have enough cards like the like Soul Ring and Mox Amber and what have you that can tap for mana. And so you're basically using this as a ritual to increase your storm count. But realistically, what you really want is paradoxical outcome, which will not only do that, and you get to choose which ones you hit, but you also get to draw a bunch of cards. One for each card that you bring back. You want that over Retract, but for 1 mana, this is fine. Echoing Truth, same kind of problems that Echoing Calm had, except this is target non-land permanent, so this has more flexibilities. You're not going to be able to kill somebody's land with it, but you can get rid of like all their clue tokens or something like that. So that suddenly makes, or all their sapling tokens or who knows whatever. So suddenly that's a lot more useful. Vidalcan Engineer, 2 mana for a 1/1. Taps for 2 mana of any one color, but spend only to cast artifact spells or activate abilities of artifacts. Do you have enough artifacts in your deck? Play it. Even if you're tapping this for 2 drop Mind Stone. Do you have enough artifacts in your deck? Yeah, it's fine. Reshape. I actually have this in my mono blue ramp deck because I look at doing things like sacrificing Solemn Simulacrum, because this way I get a bonus from that. Reshape, I'll go like X equals 0, dig out an artifact land, and put it in play. Yeah. This basically is kind of crop rotation for... This is crop rotation at home. Black cards look better in the shade. Nim Abomination. We mentioned this last week. Nim Abomination, not terrible. 3 mana, 3/4. You attack with it. It's you attack. So first of all, compared to most of the Nim, this is actually going to survive more than just being looked at, because a lot of the Nim only have a single point of toughness. This has got 4 toughness, but it's a 3/4. And at that point, they're like, 3 mana for a 3/4. It's a little on the strong side, which, to be fair, it kind of is when you're looking at lower rarities. And, so as a result, they're like, okay, well, we gotta give it some kind of drawback. At the beginning of your end step, if it's untapped, you lose 3 life. You should be able to attack with this most turns. And if it's at the point where it's going to start dealing you 3 damage for a couple of turns, just attack again. Let your opponent block it. If they're not blocking it, you might as well get through for the 3 damage. If they do block it, they'll probably kill it. Okay. Scavenging Scarab. Oh, bad card is bad. This is a black hill giant, but somehow worse because hill giant was 1 red +3 for a 3/3. Period. This is 1 black +3 for a 3/3. Can't block. Why? Why? Yeah, no, just don't. Scrounge. 3 mana. Target opponent chooses an artifact in their graveyard. Put that card onto the battlefield under your control. I get to reanimate one of your things. What are you letting me reanimate? What? I'm get to reanimate one of your things under my control. What do I get to reanimate? Yeah. 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 You wanna do like the funny thing is if was it Beamtown Bullies, I think it is? Yeah, Beamtown Bullies. You wanna play Beamtown Bullies? Then you turn around and start reanimating their stuff with stuff like Scrounge and Animate Dead and stuff like that. And just, I get your stuff, you get mine. Seems fair. Yeah, it's fair trade. What? Yeah, no. Burden of Greed. The one who dies with the most toys is still dead. Yep, guess that is true. So, 4 mana, target player loses 1 life for each tapped artifact they control. If you're doing this, you really want something like Frozen Ether or I can't remember what the white one is. I think Karma does it. Frozen Ether. Yeah, artifacts, creatures, and lands your control, your opponent's control enter tapped. I want to say it's Kismet. Artifacts, creatures, and lands your opponent's control enter tapped. Yep. So yeah, you want an effect like that, and then the following turn. It's even more annoying is if you winter orb them. I'm not going to suggest you should do that. But if something like that does crop up, Burden of Greed, burn you for 13. What? Yeah, burn you for 13. Especially if you've got a way to, any way to make their artifact center tap. Oh, sad. Hunger the Nim. This I don't mind so much. This is basically like it only increases power. It does not improve toughness. But if you've got, say, 6 treasure tokens in play, or whatever, it's like, +6/+0. Throw it on a creature with first strike, or it's a shame it's a sorcery. I mean, as always, this is Magic. There's ways to bypass that. But yeah, you wanna give one card a giant power boost. This would be really easy to even give like +3 power. Essence Drain. In mono black, this is 5 mana. In Boros, this is 2. What? Yeah, in Boros, this is 2. 5 mana, and instant speed, I should add. This is a sorcery. 3 damage to any target, gain 3 life. No, just no. Murderous Spoils. Destroy target non-black creature. Still back during the time when black had trouble dealing with their own cards. Like, well, somebody else playing the same color. Other colors really did not have that issue. You know, red could burn away red, and white's swords or plowshares and whatever could be thrown at white creatures easily enough, and black just took a look at black and went, but destroy target non-black can't be regenerated, so that would be black plus 3, or black plus 2 rather. That means for the additional 3 mana, you gain control of all equipment that were attached to it. So that equipment falls off and goes yoink. I think there's enough equipment that sees play that it's worth at least a consideration. By the time you can cast this, probably turn like 8. There's probably something that's got like 2 equipment already attached to it by that point. Pulse of the draws. Again, the problem with playing discard in a format like Commander, it's hard to make discard a deck that people actually want to play against. That also depends on the kind of people you're playing against. I probably wouldn't mind playing it, but I'd be less thrilled about playing against it. But it also depends on how the deck was built. You know, if you are just simply reading my hand every turn, I'm like, okay, fine, whatever, scoop. I'll go play somewhere else. I'll go play with people that actually want me to actually be able to play my stuff. And I'm aware it sounds juvenile, but I mean, to be fair, this is a game. You know, this is not a thing that's urgent. This is a game. I should be allowed to pick and choose the kind of games that I play. And, yeah, I want to be able to play stuff and do things. And if you don't want me to be able to play stuff and do things, then. But again, in a competitive environment, I have no problem with it. Kitchen table, I want to be able to get together with friends and have a good time. And if you're not letting me play my cards, okay, then it's not fun. Echoing Decay, Echoing Truth, much better. Echoing Calm, can see some combo shenanigans. Echoing Decay, harder than either of them to pull off, in my opinion. It will generally kill a bunch of tokens, like zombie tokens, for example. Keep in mind, though, that tokens are called whatever creature type, unless it says otherwise, creature type token. So a zombie token is called zombie token. Zombie giant token is called zombie giant token. the word token is actually part of the card name. So this will eat a bunch of zombies, but it won't eat anything else that even if it already has a zombie type. It'll eat a bunch of goblins, but it won't eat goblin warriors or goblin shamans or whatever. Unless you're aiming it at goblin shamans or something else. So, Mythicus. 5 mana for 0/5 with that Nim style ability, i.e., giving +1/+0 for each artifact you control, but it has enough toughness to support it. When this deals combat damage to a creature, destroy that creature. That creature can't be regenerated. So, if you can split if you get it blocked by 3 creatures, I go 1 to this, 2 to this, and 2 to this. This is based on combat damage. Okay, so the ooze may die from that. But in that case, it'll take out 3 other bodies with it. And not care. It's decent. It's a 5 mana, X5. So, and, this is going to be easy enough to make into a 4/5. 4/5, 5/5, 8/5, whatever. And you just have to play a reasonable number of artifacts. I think if you've got like 20, that's like 1 in 5 cards. So by the time you cast this, you probably already got... Yeah, you might have 5 out by then. But it just kills stuff. Shriveling Rot. Till end of turn, whenever a creature is dealt damage, destroy it. That's hilarious. Till end of turn, whenever a creature dies, that creature's controller loses life equal to its toughness. So, this in combination with Crypt Rats or Pestilence makes me giggle. Because it's like... Crypt Rats activate for 1. Okay. In response, Shriveling Rot. Build your own Wrath of God. Well, build your own Day of Judgment. To be fair, Damnation didn't exist yet. Can that be cast after combat damage is applied to a creature? Technically, based on what you asked, yes. Based on what you're trying to do, no. Because the way combat damage is handled, it's combat damage is assigned and then it resolves. And there's no chance in between the two to play spells, activate abilities, etc., etc. It's like bang bang. It used to be true back in the day. Back when combat damage went on the stack, but that hasn't been true, I want to say, for a decade now. It is a thing that so you would have to do this before combat damage is assigned. So after blockers are declared, before combat damage is assigned. Sometime in there. That would be the optimal time in general to play this. Obviously, game situations, that'll vary. But as a general rule of thumb, that's when you would want to play an effect like this. Emissary of Despair. So what I was saying before about the white emissary, the white emissary, Emissary of Hope, gained you a bunch of life. Emissary of Despair burninates a person. So this is not just, hey, by the way, I'm going to swing at you and hit you for 2. Okay. By the way, take another 10 because you got 10 artifacts in play. What? If I'd known that, I would have blocked. So I told you what it did earlier. No. No. Just bad. Yeah. But you can get somebody with that. And as Holly kept wanting to point out earlier in the Twitch chat, lots of cards like in Mirrodin block like to combo with Mycosynth's Lattice. And this is one of them, because suddenly that counts every single permanent they have in play. And if they've got like 20 permanents, well, I swing for 2 and burn you for an additional 20 on top. Enjoy. Unfortunately, it is life loss. It is not damage. So they do not get the, you do not get the ability to give it lifelink and gain that extra 20 life. You can give it lifelink, you just won't get that giant life chunk out of it. Whoops. Grimclaw Bats. Really like this guy. 2 mana for 1/1 flyer. Pay a black and 1 life. Give it +1/+1 till end of turn. It's not an amazing card, but I always really liked it. It's like, I thought this was a perfectly serviceable card. You know, compare this to like a lot of the other black flyers that we had back in the day. This is actually fine. You know, I would be happy playing this in a. I mean, obviously, if I'm playing bats, I'm probably playing this. Any deck that wants me to reduce my life total for whatever reason, I'm gonna want this. And just like it's a reasonable 2 mana flying creature in black. Chittering Rats. Chittering Rats sees a reasonable amount of play in Pauper because it's like 3 mana for a 2/2 when it enters. It's almost like target opponent discards a card, but it doesn't go to the graveyard. It goes back on top of their deck. So not only do they get the ability to not only do they get the ability of, you know, casting from the graveyard or manas or whatever denied, but now they have to waste a draw step basically to redraw the card that they just put there. In the meantime, you get a 2/2 that's also giving you 2 points of devotion of black. None of which is actually terrible when you expand it to a format like Commander. I think the fact that it's a 2/2 rat that's got 2 black mana pips is probably like the biggest section that you're looking out of this. Greater Harvester. Oh, I used to like this card. Oh wow. Oh. Geez, what do you call it? Am I misremembering things? Whenever a creature you control dies, each other player sacrifices a creature of their choice. So if you go turn 3 turn 4 Grave Pact, turn 5 Greater Harvester, turn 6 sacrifice a creature. A creature. They then have to sacrifice a creature. Like everyone else has to sacrifice a creature. Then you swing. And they're like, well, crap. Now I gotta sacrifice 2 more things. So yeah, this in a deck this in a deck with cards like Mirror Battlesphere that come into play and make a bunch of tokens, and Grave Pact style effects can, sure, like you lose a permanent, so you'll sack a creature every turn to, you know, allowing Grave Pact to trigger, which suddenly means your opponents are going to run out of creatures in short order, especially if, as I suggested, you have... Wow, that's mean. If you have Shieldred Whispering One in play, does Shieldred target? I think you do. Shieldred Whispering One. Return target creature card. Okay. So, you would have to sacrifice a different creature. You cannot sacrifice one creature and bring it back the same turn, because you have to be able to choose targets when Shieldred's ability goes on the stack. And if it's not in the graveyard by that point, you can't bring it back. But what that does mean is, I mean, you just have 2 creatures that you're constantly bringing back. And I don't know, let's say, Triplicate Titan and Mirror Battlesphere. And just sit there and make a bunch of tokens and continuously build up a board, continuously build up a board, continuously build up a board. I bring one back and sack the other, and then I sack that the next turn and bring back the previous, and beep, 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 beep. Yeah. And your opponents are going to end up with no board, and you're going to have a bunch of bodies, and you get to hit somebody. Yeah. If you get this guy Swamp Hawk or something like that, he's toast. Ether Snap. Ether Snap. You know what you this thing has got 2 big things. Well, this is a lot better nowadays than it used to be. This is a lot better nowadays than it used to be. One, you got more people playing with Planeswalkers. You know, that is thing the first. You got more people playing with Planeswalkers. 2, you got more stuff that has counters on them that people want to play with. For example, as was mentioned earlier, somebody pointed out stuff that's in Edge of Eternity and stuff that has station. Stuff that has station, you put charge counters on those things. You cast Ether Snap, suddenly all those counters go disappear. So that's the thing. All tokens go pop. Goblin tokens, zombie tokens, sapling tokens, clue tokens, map tokens, treasure tokens, all go pop. This thing is going to nuke so much stuff in a modern game of Commander compared to how it used to be, like, let's say 10 years ago. Just based on the amount of, like, I mean, oh man. Oh, oh. This is also going to remove the counters from battles, which allows the controller, not the defender, but the controller of them, I believe, gets to flip them. That random interaction is going to be left as an exercise for the reader. But yeah, Ether Snap 10 years ago was eh. Nowadays, I find it unlikely to. I'm going to remove my Curse of Exhaustion. Honestly, this is one of those cards that I might try out based on the group that you've got. Some people are okay with it. Some people are some people will take a look and go, "Oh, okay, I'll just cast one spell a turn then." Shrug. Notice that it's each turn. This still gives them the ability to cast on your turn and each other player's turn. So, if their deck is, let's say they've got a deck that's got a bunch of instants or other stuff that's got flash, it's not really going to slow them down much. They'll just be going, instead of casting everything at the end of the turn of the person before them, they're going to go, okay, I'll cast this at the end of your turn. I'll cast this at the end of your turn. I'll cast this at the end of your turn. And I'll cast this on my turn. It'll alter the timing a little bit. But they still get 4 spells during a turn cycle. So it may or may not make a difference to them. I would see, honestly, I would see how it plays. And I would, like, assuming you haven't actually tried it out yet, I would see how it plays, and I would take a look at what kind of cards and what kind of decks people seem to be playing, and I would start off targeting somebody who I think would be least hampered by it, and go from there. It's probably I would assume it's probably less bad than you think. But I do get your concern, and if it doesn't work well in your play group, then yes, obviously cut it. If it's nastier than it first appears, then yeah, cut it. Um, Screams from within. So, Screams from within reminds me a little bit, if you look at it from a weird angle, of Skull Clamp. What? Yeah, I said Skull Clamp. So, wow, that's interesting artwork. Skull Clamp, for what I'm looking at, gives a quick creature -1 toughness. I'm going to ignore the rest of what it says. -1 toughness, and a trigger when the quick creature dies. Screams from within, -1 toughness, and a trigger when the equipped creature dies. Skull Clamp draws 2 cards. This, when enchanted creature dies, returns Screams from Within back into play. When a card is brought in, when a aura is brought into play without being cast, you still have to find a legal thing that it can enchant, but it does not target. Therefore, anything that cares about it targeting won't count, which means it can be brought into play and attached to something with hexproof or shroud or ward or any of those kind of abilities. The aura comes back into play, jumps on a thing and goes, "You're mine now, jump!" Yeah. And Death Cloud. Yeah, Death Cloud. The original card for this was Pox. This thing. Or should I say, this thing. Technically, the original version was balanced, but the original black one was Pox. Pox, triple black, which hilariously meant you could cast it on turn 1, because back then, you're playing black, Dark Ritual was the thing. Each player loses a third of their life, a third of their cards in hand, a third of their creature, and a third of their lands. Round up each time. So if you have 4, 4 is 1 and a third, you round up to 2. Yeah, having 4 of a thing was actually kind of brutal. Death Cloud turned around and made that into an X spell, where instead of having to do the math of what's a third, you just do the math of subtraction of, okay, X equal 5. Cool, each player loses 5 life, discards 5 cards, sacrifices 5 creatures, and sacrifices 5 lands. X equal 5. Pretty good at finishing games. Well, I shouldn't say finishing games. But X equal 5 is pretty freaking strong. Because, less than 5 life and more the 5 lands, 5 creatures, 5 cards gone. The ideal situation back in the day was either you had more creatures or you had creatures that gave you some benefit when they died. Maybe you're lucky and had creatures that when they died uh, gave you a token or something. I don't remember many creatures like that back in the day. I do, although I do remember some, like Icarid, that could come back from the graveyard. Um, Ash and Ghoul, I think, also did that. Another Shadow could do that. Not easy though. But yeah, in Commander, it's like do this for like X equal like let's say 6, and you're basically wiping the board of most of the lands that are in play. Even the green player's going to go, well, crap, now I'm down to like 3 land like a pleb. I'm like, yep. 6 creatures. Okay, that's not as bad because obviously you're playing with Death Cloud, so you're building around it. But yeah, having cards that can go pop and get you bodies back or whatever. Red cards. Full Shock Warbore. Warbore. Back in the day, this wasn't bad. 4 mana for 5/5. Comes in play second unless you sack an artifact. Okay. So, I don't know. Sack Great Furnace. And then it's kind of like you had a 3 mana 5/4. 5. 3 mana 5/5. There we go. Or, sacrifice an Ornithopter, which existed at that point because they decided that it had to be reprinted. Um, Nowadays, you've got the Iker Wellspring and Mycosynth Wellspring and Nimble schematics and a bunch of a bunch of other a bunch of other artifacts. I cannot word tonight. Can you tell? Maybe should be using Excel or Access or PowerPoint instead. Womp womp. There's a suite of artifacts that say when they enter or leave the battlefield, or when they enter or are put into the graveyard from the battlefield, do a thing, give you a thing, or when they enter, give you one thing, and when they leave slash die slash are put into the graveyard, give you another thing. That, for example, is like anything from like Filigree Familiar. Like Filigree Familiar comes to mind. I keep wanting to call them Scavenging Ooze. It's not Scavenging Ooze. Sad Robot. Solemn Simulacrum. Stuff of that nature come to mind. So yeah, you have a few of those. You don't even need a lot. You just need some. I would say that if you've got like say 10 or 12 effects of that nature, which is not unreasonable without going like overboard. Like, here's the thing. If you're already considering playing with cards like Goblin Welder, then Volshock Warboar can just slot into the same deck, no big deal. Because Goblin Welder, you're not just looking at cards that you want to bring back, you're also looking at cards that you're willing to sacrifice. Well, if you're already looking at cards that you're willing to sacrifice, Volshock Warboar. Also, if you want to do something crazy and do like a mono red style aristocrat stack, here's the sack outlet. Unforge. Would not generally bother with Unforge. It's a cute idea. But I mean, there's already Shatter, Detonate. Oh jeez, what was that Shatter variant from Lorwyn era? Smash the Smithereens, I think. Yeah, destroy target artifact, 3 damage to that artifact's controller. 2 mana instant in Shadowmoor. 1 mana less. And just go kill it, take 3. Although, this was Darksteel. This would have been, what was this, 2004 versus 2008, I think that, yeah, 2008. So 4 years difference. History says we can tell the difference now. But, yeah, Unforge, I don't even think back in the day I was that thrilled with it, because if I want an effect like that, you just play, just play Shatter, which was, in my opinion, still a suboptimal card. However, it could hit any artifact and not just an equipment. I will point out, it doesn't care if the artifact gets destroyed or not. To deal the damage, it just goes, cool, take 2. So that is one of the small benefits of that card. But realistically, play Smash the Smithereens or a similar card instead. Inflame. Inflame was interesting. Again, a reprint from Prophecy. And did I actually cover you in Prophecy? I do not remember. PCY. You're down here. I don't think I covered you. 2 damage to each creature dealt damage this turn. So, I mean, I think where you want this is basically to wipe the board after combat's cleared off and go, oh, you're a 3/5. I attacked with a 3/3 into it, didn't I? Yeah. You look how many times that's happened and go, sure, red. Okay, Let's clear the rest of the board of everything that was in combat. Wait, what? Yeah, let's just kill the rest of them now. Because realistically, like, you'll either end up with, like, a 1-1 being blocked by, like, a 0-8 or like, an 8-8 or whatever. In which case, it's not going to matter. Or you'll have a situation where they both annihilate each other. Or you'll have a situation where it's like it's close, but one of them survives by like a point or two. Like a 3-3 up against a 3-4. And that's where the inflame is going to come in. Anything that an extra point or two either way. If you had generally the smaller creatures, which might be you're playing with tokens. If you're playing a token strat, like if you're playing goblins, goblins actually might not need it because they've got a bunch of lord effects. But even so, they might still want an effect like inflame in their 99 somewhere. Oh, Furnace Dragon. Hilarious. 9 mana for 5/5 with affinity for artifacts, which could mean that you're casting it for like 4 or 5. Or sorry, for like 3 or 4. Not unreasonable. When it enters, if you cast it from hand, exile all artifacts. Do you know how much that is going to absolutely annoy some players? I'll tell you right now, there is one deck that I would specifically be really annoyed, and I'm like, I have to make sure this doesn't resolve somehow. That is my colorless control deck. Because a good chunk of it is artifacts. I have some lands. I have some non-artifact lands. So stuff that's not Darksteel, Citadel, etc., etc. I have stuff that's, I have some non-artifact colorless cards, like codes like the Great Distortion, etc. But a lot of it is artifacts. And suddenly going, well, there goes like 75% of my board. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna leave a dent. I have some cards or some decks where this doesn't care at all, or where it only cares a little bit. I think most of my decks probably fall that way. And then you've got, my colorless control deck, and it's like, thankfully, I have a few ways to stop stuff from resolving. It's not going to be easy, though. Yeah. The other thing is, too, it's exile all artifacts. It's not exile all that your opponent, target player controls or that you control or until this leaves the battlefield. It's just, no. Every single one on the board, gone. Goodbye. Not coming back. Unless somebody happens to be playing with cards like Rift Sweeper or something of that nature. Yeah, this is going to hit probably, I would say, at least 4 or 5 cards on each player's side. On average. And if one person is playing like 1 or 2, somebody else is playing like 5 or 6. This is going to hurt. And it's a 5/5 flyer. Dismantle. Oh. See, this this is a much better version, a much better card than Unforged was. It's the exact same mana value. Unforged was more narrow. This is more flexible, and oh my god. Yes, it's one more than Shatter. Yes, it's sorcery, it's not instant. Destroy target artifact. If that had counters on it, put that many +1/+1 counters or charge counters on artifact you control. Or charge counters on an artifact you control. I'm going to blow up your spaceship and take those counters, which are all going to be charge counters. I'll note. You had it up to 12. I'm going to take those 12 counters and put 12 charge counters on my spaceship. And now my spaceship went from like to fully active. Thank you very much, and it only cost me 3 mana. What? Yeah. 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 If you're playing with spacecraft, you want Dismantle in your deck. If you're playing with spacecraft and you're playing red, you want Dismantle in your deck. Just blowing up blowing up an artifact is going to be useful in of itself. Being able to steal the counters and throw it on your spacecraft, if it's and here's the thing, even if you're not playing with spacecraft, cool. Destroy Ether Spark, which has got like 15 counters on it. I have the 1/1. I have the 1/1 Thopter token. It's now a 16/16 Thopter token. What? Yeah. Yeah. Dismantle? Honestly, I might act. You. Dismantle from Darksteel. It's a card I completely forgot. Because here's the thing: a card like Darksteel, I'm not, or not Darksteel, Dismantle. I'm not likely to use something that narrow because it only hits artifacts. See my previous discussions about Aftershock, etc. I like my flexibility. But this can only hit an artifact, but it can power up a thing so much. And you could leave out this section here and just go put that many +1 counters on artifact you control, and people would be happy. Or charge counters. Oh, I know. Let's throw them in like Gemstone Array or something else like that. Or something that's got Sunburst, a mechanic that we'll get to next week when we talk about Fifth Dawn. Yeah. Yeah, Dismantle's kind of silly. Pulse of the Forge. 3 mana instant, 4 damage target player planeswalker. And then if they have more life than you get it back. Wait, what? If they have more life than you. Pulse of the Fields also wants them to have more life than you. Oh, but you gain life and you burn them. Okay, yep, okay. Pulse of the Fjords. Yep. Sounds about right. Saw a decent amount of standard play too, because you could end up getting burnt for like a bit. You also had shock lines around the corner. So you could end up at like 15, burn you, bring it back to hand, burn you again next turn. I've spent one card. Sure, I spent 6 mana, but I've spent a single card and done 8 damage to you. My biggest concern in a format like Commander is like this is great in a 20 life format. This is okay in a 40 life format. You really need a you really need a smash for a lot more often. Um, in a format like Commander. Drooling Ogre. Yeah. Whenever a player casts an artifact spell, they can control this creature. Note, they have to cast an artifact spell. An artifact entering by any other means, they don't get it. They make a food token. Nope. They play an artifact land. Nope. They, what are you? Unearth. I think it's Portal to Phyrexia. Portal to Phyrexia? Is that the one I'm thinking of? No, that's not the one I'm thinking of. That doesn't have Unearth. Oh, Cityscape Leveler. You. Activating a card's unearthed ability isn't the same as casting that card. It is an activated ability. Relevant here. This is an activated ability. This doesn't cast it. You do that, you're not getting the Drooling Ogre. So there's lots of ways to get artifacts onto the battlefield without casting them. If you do, you get it back. Thing is, what do you want to do to the ogre now that your opponent has it and you don't? I'll leave that as I'll leave that as an exercise for the reader. Yeah, there are fun and interesting things you can do with Drooling Ogre. Barb Lightning. Barb Lightning was basically Lightning Bolt with its option split in half. Thing is, back in the day, it was target creature or player, which eventually got errated until to any target. Barb Lightning nowadays, well, creature got left as creature. Player got changed to player or planeswalker. But that does still leave the very occasional thing that can be hit for damage, such as battles, that don't get hit by Barb Lightning. Maybe if enough other things happen, they might revisit it. I doubt it, but maybe. That being said, you take lightning bolt, you split in half, and then you entwine it. But you're paying 3 to do 3 damage to one, and 5 to do 3 damage to a second thing. The 5 I think I'm kind of okay with, but the 3, I think I would have gone like, I don't know, I might have gone, well, no. Lightning Bolt by this point had already been rolled too powerful. But you're only getting half the option of Lightning Bolt. I think I might have been okay with like red plus 1, 3 damage to target creature, or 3 damage to target player or planeswalker. And entwine for 3. I never liked the like in limited it was fine. After that, it's like nowadays I might be more willing to play it just because I can hit a creature and a planeswalker for 5 mana. But again, I like my. To be fair, this does qualify as flexible removal if you're willing to look at damage removal. I've seen enough non-damaging mono red removal that I'm like I not as fond of a card like this as I might have been like 5 years ago. But if you're okay with damage-based removal, Barb Lightning is perfectly fine because again, you can hit a creature and a planeswalker at the same time. Crazed Goblin, don't. Play Mons Goblin Raiders over this. Play Goblin Berloom Brigade over this. But the thing is, if you're playing Mons Goblin Raiders, why are you playing Mons Goblin Raiders when there's better 1 mana 1/1 Goblin options? This is like Mons Goblin Raiders, which is vanilla for the same size, cost, and everything else, but worse. Just no. Just no. Tears of Rage. Cast only declaring attacks. Cast only during declare attacker stop. Attacking creatures get plus X plus 0. X is the number of attacking creatures. Oh! Today I learned. This is kind of like Berserk on your entire team, except it does not give them trample. However, I attack with 6 creatures. They all get plus 6 plus 0 till end of turn. Roar. And it's an instant. Cast only during declare attackers. So after attackers are declared, before blockers are assigned. You ideally want them to already have trample. Archetype of... Is that the one I want? Yes. Archetype of regression. Probably the best one in my opinion. Why are you like 5 times the amount? 5? 6? 7? 6.5 times. Somewhere around there. Born of the Gods is $1.24. List? Why is list over $8? Okay. Whoops. Control Shift T. $1.24. Weird. Really weird. Okay. But yeah, this is a 3/2 trample that steal trample from your opponent's creatures. You have that in combination with Tears of Rage. Roar. Yeah, enjoy. Um, yeah, Tears of Rage is just gonna sit there and go, cool. And the great thing about both of these cards is like, what, 28 cents for that one, $1.24 for that. They're both uncommons. They should be relatively easy to pin down. And, cool. And you could probably kill at least one person with that. And then, since you're playing red, and this is an instant, you can probably get back sacrifices creatures at the beginning of the next 10 step. At the beginning of the next 10 step, can you find a way to flicker them? Or you play with a bunch of tokens and just don't care. Yeah, I'll let you guys figure that out. We. Clark Stoker. Yeah, those artifacts that we were talking about that came into play or left play and did a thing and stuff like that. You know, like some simulacrum, like oh my god. Okay, I'll stop. Um, yeah. How would you like to be able to get extra benefit out of them? What? Yeah. Tap, sack an artifact, add double red. Cool. I'll gain life, or I'll draw a card, or I'll get a land out of my deck, or I'll make a token, or. Yeah. Uh, oh, he's tossing a mirror in. So yeah. Um, do keep your eyes on the kind of things that you're sacrificing to the Stoker. Ideally, this is a sort of situation where you are getting you're getting more than one card out of like you're getting more than one artifact out of spending the card. So, um as an example, Moccasin's Wellspring. When it enters or is put on a graveyard from the battlefield, you can search for a basic, put in your hand, and shuffle. Okay. Actually, let's go with, instead of that one, let's go with Icor instead. When it enters or is put in a graveyard from the battlefield, draw a card. So, enters, I got a card. Sack it for double red, I get another card. Can probably cast one of these two cards with that double red, or put that double red towards something I have an interest in. Number right schematic. Enters or is put in the graveyard, I get a 1/1. Enters, I get a 1/1. Leaves, I get a 1/1. That gives me 3 artifacts that I can sacrifice for mana out of one card. So, yeah, depending on the kind of deck that you're playing, the ideal situation is, as I said, you want to be able to sacrifice more than one card for, to keep the Stoker fed. Off of one card. So again, number rate schematic got you three artifacts that you could sack to the Stoker. Um, you don't want to be sacrificing artifacts that you don't need to. So you don't want to be sacrificing things like the Great Furnace. You know, why are you sacking a land to get triple red, to add double red? When you might, unless you've got enough lands in play, and you just need that temporary boost of mana. But you'll probably need that Great Furnace. You know, you'll probably need that land on a later turn. So be careful about that. Flame Break. 3 red sorcery. 3 damage to each creature without flying and each player. Creatures dealt damage this way can't be regenerated this turn. That's hilarious because that's not a line you normally see on a red card. This is normally a line that you see on a green card. On some red burn spells, like Incinerate, you'll see a line like that. But that usually ends up being, and if it's put into a graveyard this way, then exile it. But just saying creatures dealt damage this way can't be regenerated this turn. That's more the kind of card that you expect out of black. That being said, 3 damage to each creature without flying and each player. Do you do what I think you do? Because I do not recall. Yes, Gravity Sphere. If you could afford to swing this. If you can manage to swing this, because this is, you know, almost 60 US dollars. And then you can play this dollar rare and go, cool, everything takes 3, and stuff can't regenerate this turn, and players also take 3. And what was that card that I saw? If players, no, if oh no, that was a chat triggered thing. I think it was Holly that was talking about. I forget now. Although hilarious, because it's a spell that would deal damage. Where did I see it? You know, Hallow turns around and goes, oh, cool. Well, there's like 17 creatures on the board. And there's 4 players. So that makes 21, each taking 3. So that's 21 times 3 is 63. I'll prevent all, and I'll gain 63 life. And since they're not dealt damage this way, because the damage was prevented, stuff can still regenerate. Echoing Ruin, you're going to, if you have an interest in Echoing Ruin, it's because realistically, somebody has got a bunch of artifact tokens, clue tokens, or map tokens, or whatever, and you just like kill them all. Reality says that's what they're being used for. Shunt. I like Shunt. Change the target of the spell with a single target. I do believe that can be used as a counter spell. Change the target of target spell with a single target. That's the same as misdirection, isn't it? Change the target of target spell with a single target. Yes, it is. Okay, this is exactly misdirection, just without the alternate cost. So, if you want to counter a counter spell, cast Shunt, redirect the counter spell, let's say it's mana drain, to shunt. Change the target of target spell with a single target. Your counter spell, as a general rule, is going to have a single target. Somebody is casting, I don't know, Soul Ring. Whatever. Whatever spell it is, doesn't matter. I cast Soul Ring. Mana Drain. In response, I cast Shunt. So, the target for Mana Drain, in this context, is the Soul Ring. Because you're trying to stop Soul Ring from resolving, for whatever reason. Shunt. Tell Mana Drain that the Mana Drain is now going to target Shunt. Okay. Shunt finishes resolving. Target successfully reacquired. Shunt goes to the graveyard. Mana Drain goes to resolve. Finds that his target doesn't exist anymore. And so is, I do believe, the appropriate modernized wording is countered upon resolution. And back in the day, we would have just had fizzles. It's the same idea as, trying to blow up a creature. I lightning bolt your creature. In response, I return the creature back to my hand. Lightning bolt tries to resolve and fails. Same idea. Mana Drain is then countered by a spell that's not actually countering it per se, but it's still countered by the rules. And so the Soul Ring or whatever it was decides, gets to resolve. So, Shunt. If you want counterspell type effects for dealing with other counterspells, Shunt will work. Goblin Archaeologist. Destroy target artifact and untap this creature. I think you can stack these. Can you stack them? It does not say one way or the other. Where is Gatherer? View on Gatherer. I believe you can stack these though. So if you've got a way to continually untap it in response to its ability. So basically, red tap, find a way to untap it. Red tap, find a way to untap it. Red tap, find a way to untap it, etc., etc., etc. Then start having them all resolve. If you win destroy target artifact, target would have to go on the stack before target would have to go. You have to choose targets when you put the ability on the stack, which you choose targets before you pay costs. So when you're trying to put the ability on the stack initially, you choose targets, you pay costs. The coin flip is part of the effect. So choose like some number of artifacts, and then flip a coin for each one. If you lose any of the flips, you sacrifice the archaeologist, and you blow up any where you won the flip. I mean, doable. I want ways to untap it in response to itself, but doable. Slow bad, Goblin Tinkerer. Sack an artifact to give target artifact indestructible till end of turn. Again, you choose targets before you pay costs. You can sacrifice the artifact that's going to get indestructible. I don't have anything interesting to say about apart from that. Um, Again, is there with respect to things like the clan Stoker and so forth, is there stuff that you want blown up? You want to hit the graveyard. Have you got cards that you can make multiple use of? Again, Mirror Battlesphere comes to mind because it's 5 artifacts from a single 7 mana card, etc., etc., etc. Um, Fireball, we all know about Fireball. Burns one thing or burns a bunch of smaller things. But if you've got there we go. I didn't ask what you thought. Was it something like, I didn't ask what you thought? I said Fireball! Yeah. This is generally going to be I shoot one thing for many lots, or I spread out a bunch of damage. I spread X damage amongst like some number of things, and they all take like a small chunk of it. Keep in mind that the damage is going to be divided evenly, and you chop off any decimals. So if you spend 6 mana on the axe, red, you spend red plus 6. If you do one of that is to change targets, then you've got 5 left over that you're spending. But that means 2 of them are you get 2 things taking 2 each, which means you've wasted a mana. If you hit 3 things, you change target twice, you have 4 mana left over, because x equals 6. 6 minus 2 is 4. That means you'll do 1 damage to each, and you'll have wasted a mana. It might be easier to think of the initial red is for your first target. And then, like, I want to hit, I want to hit 4 targets for 3 each. So you're going to need, at that point you're going to need to spend 12 mana. Because red, damage, damage, damage. Change target, damage, damage, damage. Change target. Oh, no. You're going to need 16? Yeah, if I want to hit... No, I want to hit 4 targets for 3 each. Target, damage, damage, damage. Target, damage, damage, damage. Target, damage, damage, damage. Target, damage, damage, damage. 16. What? I'm confused. Oh! Right. You want to hit 4 targets. You need 1 for the targeting and 1 per point of damage. So, number of targets multiplied by damage per target plus 1. That's why. If I hit 4 targets for 3 each, that's 4 times 3 plus 1, which is also 4. 4 times 4 is 16. That's your math on that. Savage Beating. Yeah, oh wow. I've said before that I believe every deck should have at least one, at least a couple of cards that should be there to like push the game towards a final conclusion. Is probably the easiest way to word it. If this resolves, the game is going to be over probably in the next couple of turns, unless you guys deal with me first. Savage Beating is one of those. If you happen to entwine it, you get an extra combat step, and all your creatures deal double strike. Play only during combat on your turn. Cool. You attack. Okay, this is what I'm blocking with. Cool. After blockers are declared, pay 7. Double strike. Untap all my creatures. Get an extra combat after this. Ah, crap. And either, with luck, the person that you attacked is dead. And now you get to attack somebody else and possibly take them out. Look up at your last opponent and go, got any more? Yeah, this is a card that can quite easily finish a game fairly quickly. Especially if you're playing a deck like Goblins, because with all the lords they've got available. Green, 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 green. Carstoderm enters with 5+1 counters on it. Whenever an artifact enters, remove +1 counter from it. Ugh, yuck. No, you need to actually put effort into keeping him. Just, no. No, because it's too easy for somebody to for this to incidentally die. Just no. Rebuking Ceremony. Put 2 target artifacts on top of their own libraries. Notice that the 2 artifacts can be from different people. It is a sorcery, so you'd have to do it outside combat. Basically you have to do it. Most relevantly means you have to do it on your own turn. But that's, I mean, it's fine. It does make things a little more interesting though if one of the artifacts is like the sort of thing like, again, like Mirrodin Sphere. You're playing green. getting getting extra ramp should be trivial. I put Mirror Battlesphere back on top of my deck. Cool, I recast it, and now I've got, you know, 8 tokens instead of the 4 that I originally had. Oh, but maybe I'm playing Doubling Season. If I happen to have Doubling Season, that could end up with me having 8 from the first time, 8 from the second time, so now I got 16 instead of the 4 I normally would have, etc. So Rebuking Ceremony, it's not bad, but again, it's one of those cards where you have to build your deck realizing that you have it in your deck. As opposed to build around it, it's one of those cards that you have to keep in mind. Tel'Shalad Outrider, 4 mana for a 3/1 with protection from artifacts. Not really fond of this card, just simply due to the fact that I feel it costs too much. I would have been much happier with this being like 2 green plus 1 rather than green plus 3. It is an elf, so it does get all the elf's energies, but I don't think that's enough to. I don't feel that's enough to keep it going here. Tel'Shalad Wolf, 3 mana for a 2/2. Whenever it becomes blocked by an artifact creature, which means the wolf has to be attacking, the wolf basically gets a free giant growth. Now, compare this to some of the older cards that we had, because they were just saying whenever it becomes blocked. Whenever this becomes blocked by an artifact creature, if it's blocked by 2 artifact creatures, this gets +6/+6. What? Yeah. If it's blocked by 3 artifact creatures, this is an 11/11. So yeah, keep in mind what you're playing with here. Um, I mean, this 3-drop can take out a Mirror Battlesphere on its own. Because, cool, I block with 5 artifacts. Cool. I'm now with 50 plus 50. I'm now with 17/17. You're what? You work out to a 8/7? Nom. Yeah, no big deal. It's fine. Um, that being said, I'm not sure if, well, I think I would put that. I think I would put the wolf down to a metagame call. In specific groups, it's really good, and I think in general it's not quite good enough. But at specific tables, it would end up being really good. Stand Together. This is funny. So 5 mana, 2 creatures each get 2 +1/+1 counters. Now consider that giant growth, 1 green, 3 +3/+3 to land a turn. At around this point, for 1 green, you would get 1 +1/+1 counter. Or you could get +3/+3 to land a turn. Or +1/+1 counter. You are looking at 5 mana for 4 +1/+1 counters, which is kind of huge at instant speed, especially since especially since you're only spending a single card to do this. Thunk. Never mind all the synergies that go on with counters and everything else. Never mind any other synergies that you might have. Double strike, trample, infect, etc., etc. This is going to do... Now, you do have to have 2 creatures for this to target. It does actually ask for 2 targets, unlike a lot of cards these days, where you can put them on 0 or 1. No, you actually need 2 targets. But if one dies before this resolves, you still get 2. You still get 2 counters. It's not amazing, but you still get 2 counters on 1 creature. Tinglewalker. Each creature you control can't be blocked as long as defending player controls an artifact land. It is difficult to play a card like Micah's Enceladus and not have it accidentally combo with stuff. This is the kind of card where I would want to play Micah's Enceladus. But maybe you can use, I don't know, liquid metal coating. Target permanent becomes an artifact in addition to its other types till end of turn. I turn your island into an artifact island. I send in my army. It is now unblockable. My entire army is unblockable. If they want to be able to block you, they have to get rid of that now artifact land before they can declare blockers. So if you're going to play with Tanglewalker, I might suggest liquid metal coating. Although if you're doing liquid metal coating, you would be tempted to play with cards like Karn the Great Creator or Xenic Poltergeist or something of that nature. Realize what kind of deck you're trying to build and try and decide whether, what route you actually want to go down. I would rather just have an unblockable army rather than, because they're probably already going to die anyway. Nourish. Darksteel pre-release. I was up against one person, I think it was like the 3rd round or something like that. And they had Nourish. They didn't just have Nourish. They had Icecrown Scepter, which was printed the set before in Mirrodin. They imprinted Nourish, which is 2 green, instant, gain 6 life, on Icecrown Scepter, which you want to imprint a instant, which it was, with mana value 2 or less, which it was, from hand. They gain 6 life every round. My deck was not cooperating. I had a bunch of small creatures. It was taking for. I would have to deal. I would have to be swinging for 7 to deal 1. I scooped that game, and I may have even. I don't remember this part for sure. I may have even scooped the match. Yeah, yeah, um, yeah. Uh, in a format like Commander, it's a lot less dangerous. But this is now one of those cards where you take a look at it and go, that's 2 mana. That's 6 life. Again, gaining life in and of itself is not usually good. Adding it to something else makes that something else a lot better. But this is really cheap and a lot of life in one shot. Is it worth bypassing everything, all that stuff ahead of time and going, I'll take that, and adding it to a deck that's got Nexus Paragon and Ageless Entity and Soul Bond and all that jazz in it. And for something like that, I mean, I may not be thrilled with the card in general due to past experience with it, but in a deck like that, when you're going 2 green, give all my guys 6 +1/+1 counters for 2 green mana. Okay. Yeah, do it. I may not be thrilled with it. I'm not going to tell you not to. I'll probably tell you, yeah, as much as I don't like the card, it fits this deck. It does what you're trying to do. If you can find another card, again, we go back to the thing about the Emissary of Hope. I would rather you play a card like that. However, this is a mana cheaper, and it's an instant, and can just surprise combat thunk. Viridian Acolyte. 1 green for a 1/1 elf. Pay 1, tap it, add 1 mana of any color. This is trying to be like all those creatures we have nowadays that are like Springleaf Drum effects. Tap it and tap an untapped creature you control. Add 1 mana of any color. But this does not require you to have another creature in play. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Brain. I don't know. Spending mana to filter mana isn't great. There are some decks that don't mind this. You're trying to have like basically common version of Birds of Paradise. Which is fine. But you'd be better off in general with the Springleaf. Is that one of them? No, because I misspelled you. This style of card. Cannot remember any of the other ones by name at this point, but this style of card. I am dumb. Where are you here? Jaspera Sentinel is the one I was thinking of that I couldn't remember. I has the dum 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 dum. Yeah, Jaspera Sentinel. 1 green for 1/2 with reach. Tap an untapped creature you control. Add 1 mana of any color. Which means that you can have a creature that just entered and be able to do that. That being said, I mean, I think for a card like this, I think if you're playing like 3 colors or something and you're playing like maybe if you're playing 2, I could possibly see 3 colors and you're building with like just commons, maybe. But yeah, there's better options nowadays. Tango Spider. 4 mana for a 3/4 flash reach. Eh. By this point, you should be looking at like a 4/5, a 5. I could see a 5/5. I might be able to see even a 5/6 with flash reach these days. Actually, you know what? O flash O reach mana value equals 6, color equal green. Oh, well, you can get a 7/7. You can get Galewind Moose for 6. You get a 6/6 Flash Vigilance Reach Trample. Great Arc Guardian gets you a 4/5. Vengeful Regrowth. Oh, has flashback. Sweet Gum Recluse is a 0/3 with Cascade. When it enters, put 3/+1 counters on each of any number of target creatures that enter the battlefield this turn. So if you cascade into something, that cascades into something else. Oh, wait. Any number of target creatures that enter this turn? So if you cascade into a thing, and that cascades into something that makes tokens, you could end up with like 4. You could end up with 4 creatures in play. Sweet Gum Recluse finally resolves and goes, hey, by the way, they all get 3/+1 counters on them. Each any number of target creatures that enter the battlefield this turn. Does that include itself? I think it does. I think Sweet Gum Recluse gets the hit itself. Ba, 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 ba. Cascade, cascade, cascade. Ba, 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 ba. Put 3/+1 counters on each number. It doesn't say other. Doesn't say other. So yeah, you could get. So compared to Tango Spider, you can easily have. So Sweet Gum Recluse, a 4/5, a 6/6, or a 7/7. The 6/6 being the newest, but also has got Vigilance and Trample. Yeah. Tango's Spider Tribal? No, I'm not even sure I'd play you in Spider Tribal. If I'm looking for that, I would play the Recluse first. Pulse of the Tango. This is fine. 3 mana, you get a 3/3 beast token. That's fine. And then if somebody's got more creatures than you, you get it back. But that's fine. This is not unreasonable. Um, yeah, and not unreasonably, you can get, 2 or 3 bodies out of that card. Maybe even in the same turn. Infested Roothold. I've looked at this card and I've looked at this card, and it's like I have never been able to figure out what I actually think about this. So 5 mana, 0/3 with Defender and protection from artifacts. So it's a wall. Has protection from artifacts, but it's 5 mana and 3 toughness. Whenever an opponent plays and casts an artifact spell, you get a 1/1 insect. So if they get 2 spells, you get 2/2/2s and a 0/3, which would be 2, 4, no, 2, which would basically be 2, 5. Actually, I'm going to call you a 0/2. Then I'm going to call you a 0/3 to get rid of protection from artifacts. I'm going to get rid of these first 2 lines. 2, 5. After 2, which averages 2, 3, 4, so we'll call you a 4 drop. So you basically need at least 3 artifacts, probably 4 to actually make it worthwhile. Again, token synergies and all that not being counted here. But yeah, you really need like 3 or 4. But again, this is Commander. By the time you cast this, and then whenever an opponent casts an artifact spell, it's not even asking for an artifact creature spell, it's just asking for an artifact spell. I don't think this is going to be. I think we ignore this line. I think we just look at this for this ability here. I really think these 2 lines here don't actually mean anything. We look at this last ability that says whenever an opponent casts an artifact spell, you make tokens. And if you can start breeding your tokens like with, what is it? Is it Elish Norn Mother Machines? I don't remember. No. Which one is she? No, no. Not Elish Norn. Um, 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 who are you? You're not Elish Norn. Oh, um, Mondrak. Mondrak's who I was thinking of. Could not remember its name. Yeah, so you play with cards like Mondrak and the O'Hare and the Elspeth that's out now, and you just start. You can end up making like, cool. You cast a late game Soul Ring, and now you end up with like 12 1 and you end up with 12 insects. So it's fine. Um, I don't know. A lot of these cards so far on the green section, I'm less thrilled with, but well, especially this row here, I'm less thrilled with. Roaring Slagworm. When it attacks, tap all artifacts. The problem is during the time of Mirrodin, artifacts were a big deal. Now they're like a side effect, not really that big a deal. Um, you'll have a few, but it's like people often aren't playing based on artifacts energy specifically. It's just they happen to be artifacts. But you're often not playing a card because it's an artifact. Unless you're doing like monocolorless sort of thing. So, Oxidize, destroy target artifact, it can't be regenerated. Um, I feel like something like this. Either the can't be regenerated, which is nice but not necessary, is like that could be anything else, or you know, any other sort of its controller loses one life or whatever. Its controller loses one life, or you gain one life, or whatever. Or it should be like exile target artifact. It's just, I don't think it does enough in, especially a format like Commander. It's like, the people don't play with the regeneration the way they used to. It used to be a thing where you would play, you know, you would have trolls literally like Thrun the Last Troll, etc. Um, or Wolverine, best there is. And regeneration was a thing people actually used, and that hasn't been a thing for quite a number of years now, because now we have indestructible and variants thereof. They try to guide us slowly kind of back to that with shield counters. That didn't last long. Although, hopefully we get them back at some point, but I'm not holding my breath. Viridian Zealot. Viridian Zealot is perfectly fine. 2 mana for 2/1 Elf Warrior. Pay 2 and sack it, destroy target artifact or enchantment. Problem is, now we've got 2 mana 3/1s with, I think it's 1 and sack it to do the same thing. Um, Is it not? Oh, we do have Reclamation Sage, though, which is nice. Oh, maybe it's not an elf. What am I thinking of then? Oh, Cathartic Commando. No wonder I was getting stuck. It's not green, it's white. That being said, though, compare Thrashing Brondodon. Again, one more mana. Instead of a 2/1, you get a 3/4, and 1 mana for its activation cost instead of green +1. It's not an elf warrior, it's dinosaur, but I mean, the fact of the like, if the creature type isn't relevant, as an example, Reclamation Sage quite commonly gets played in decks that just I'm running green and I need a way to blow up a thing. I need a way to blow up a thing. Okay, doesn't care that it's an elf or human or druid or a dinosaur or whatever. I need a way to blow up a thing. Here you go. If you're just using it as a way to blow up a thing, Thrashy B's a lot better, and it's also, it's also a 3/4. You play Viridian Zealot because it's an elf, but again, for an extra mana, you get Reclamation Sage. It's the same size. With that as a come to play ability, maybe getting cast around the same time because 2 green versus green +2. No sacrifice, no additional mana payment. So, I'm not saying don't play Viridian Zealot. I'm saying it, but I am saying if you are going to play it, have a reason for playing it. Fangren Fuller's Firstborn. 4/2, but when it attacks, put +1 counter on each attacking creature. 4/2 for 4, which sounds rather meh. But if it's not being dealt with the first turn, assuming it's the only attacker, it's a 5/3. The second time, it's a 6/4. At which point your opponent's going, oh crap, I should be paying more attention. And that's assuming it's the only thing that attacks. Never mind everything else that's going to be charging with it. Yeah. This thing gets out of hand fast. Heaven forbid you've got extra combats. Echoing Courage. You're playing elves, you're playing with tokens. In fact, I think I might even have this in my commons only elf deck. I know I certainly considered it. Your 2-drop. Nope, I did not put you in. I know I considered it though, but I think part of the big reason I didn't was because not having actually tested out this deck yet, I don't know how many tokens they'll actually be able to generate, so I don't know if it'll actually be worth it compared to, let's say, just giant growth. And we are looking at Commander having 2 copies of the same card, the same creature in play, is going to be difficult. But, if you're building, I don't know, Slimes Against Humanity, and suddenly going, hey, by the way, all my slimes are +2/+2 till end of turn for 2 mana, it's kind of silly. Ageless Sanity. Again, you're playing a life gain. You're playing a deck that wants to gain a bunch of life per instance. Ageless Entity. Like, imagine giving this thing lifelink. Basilisk Color, again, typical go-to because it does the thing I'm looking for. In this case, lifelink. I don't care. At this point, I don't care about the Death Touch. It's the lifelink. 4/4 with lifelink. Attack. Cool. I got through for 4. It's now an 8/8. Yeah. Yeah. Enjoy. And then Reap and Sow. Destroy target land or search for land. The big thing is, to point out here, Reap and Sow just says put the land onto the battlefield. A, search for a land card. Not a basic land, a land card. B, put it onto the battlefield, does not say tapped. In Twine, you get both. This is the bigger ability here in most games. Just searching for any land, putting it in play. Alright. Artifact. Okay. Alright. Since there's 72 artifacts compared to the 18 per color, so that's, that's almost as many artifacts as the rest of the set combined. 72 versus 90. I'm going to go through just a couple of rows here. Wand of the Elements. I really want to build around this deck. I could actually slip this into my mono blue deck that thinks it's a green deck, because I do have ways to get lands back from the graveyard. A couple of ways to get lands back from the graveyard. And so being able to sacrifice an island every turn and getting a 2/2 flyer out of it, which would feel a bit landfall-y. It's not landfall, but it would feel it. Might not be unreasonable. Sacrificing a mountain to get a 3/3 elemental is, again, not unreasonable. I could do either in that deck because I have Unstable Frontier, which is hilarious. Tap. Target land you control becomes the basic land type of your choice till end of turn. Hey, island. Yeah? Tap. Your mountain till end of turn. Wait, what? Sack. Make a 3/3. What? Yo, my chicken McNuggets. Etc. Anyway, yeah. So we could do that. And that would be entertaining AF. Oriox Siege Sled. Target artifact. So it can only target artifact creatures to either block or not be able to block the sled. I'll just point out, if you activate both on the same target, it blocks if able, can't block. Well, you can't block this, so you're not able to block. So the can't wins out. It's like how tap creatures, generally speaking, can't block. Yeah, same thing goes here. Eh. For stuff to block it to get eaten, or for stuff to not be able to block so it gets trounced through. One or the other. Deathmatch Duplicant. You exile. So here's the thing. The Deathmatch Duplicant eats cards from your own graveyard. That means your deck needs to be built in such a way that you do not care about stuff heading your graveyard. Or I should say about you may care about stuff going to your graveyard, but like you're not looking at a reanimator deck. You're not looking at some kind of like, hold on. Yeah, that's better. You're not looking at a deck designed to recur whatever's in your graveyard. The only things that stuff is in your graveyard for is food. Okay? Think about it that way. So, if people are eating the stuff that's in your graveyard, you may not be thrilled with it, but you're like, it's fine, I guess. But this is one of those cards that you want to throw into a deck for keyword soup. If you were building, especially if you're building keyword soup on a budget. What do I mean by keyword soup? What the heck kind of deck is that? Take a look at what this card says it does. As long as the card with this exiled with this creature has flying, this creature has flying. So, did you exile a flyer? Cool, the duplicant's got flying. The same is true for fear, first strike, double strike, haste, landwalk, protection, and trample. If you exile any cards that have any of those abilities with a duplicant, the duplicant gets all of them. Keyword Soup is a deck idea based around that. I have cards in my deck that have certain abilities, and they are in that deck so they can share those abilities elsewhere. That's basically what keyword soup is. Um, Audric, uh, Lunarch Marshal, for example, is another good example of a keyword soup deck. At the beginning of combat, creatures under control, creatures you control gain first strike till end of turn if you control a creature with first strike. The same is true for flying, death touch, double strike, haste, hexproof, indestructible, lifelink, menace, reach, skulk, trample, and vigilance. Again, you have decks in there, or sorry, you have cards in there that have often, let's say, 3 or more of these, because first of all, you're always going to want some overlap, but you're going to want to spread out as much as you can. So, for example, you don't want something that's got, you don't want like 3 creatures that have like flying, haste, and trample. But you might want like one that's got flying, haste, and lifelink, one that's got haste, trample, and double strike, and one that's got like, you know, flying, reach, and that would be dumb. Flying, menace, and vigilance. So you want to be able to spread them out enough. So you have enough creatures that have got flying, so you can commonly have flying kick in. You want to have enough creatures that have haste and hexproof it. So you want all the keywords covered. You want to have enough instances of each, but you don't want like, you ideally don't want like 6 creatures having the exact same list. Ideally. You do ideally want to spread them out a bit. Ideally. Did I say ideally? Yeah. Okay. Anyway, but that's basically the premise of Keyword Soup. Is it's a deck where you're based around making use of having a bunch of keywords. If you're building that on some kind of budget, Death Mass Duplicate, because you can eat. The funny thing is, like, you look at Audric, for example. So fine, I'll eat, let's say, 2 cards, and I've gained flying, first strike, and trample. Well, then I've got Audric in play, and Audric turns around and says, "Oh, you've got a creature with flying. The entire team's got flying. Oh, it's also got a first strike. Cool, everyone's got a first strike. Oh, it's also got trample. Cool, everyone's got trample." And you go from there. So yeah, you're building a keyword soup deck. It is a card to keep in mind. Be aware of what's in your graveyard, though, and how people are going to interact with it. Because your graveyard is the problem with the problem with graveyards is people have a tendency of, oh, you're doing stuff that involves your graveyard. Let's eat your graveyard. A keyword soup deck commonly doesn't actually care about what's in their graveyard per se. Like, it's not trying to bring stuff back, as a general rule of thumb. It's not a reanimator deck. Most of what's in their graveyard is like, okay, well, it might as well be exile if it's in the graveyard. It doesn't make any difference to me. Till you get, like, those handful of cards that actually do make a difference. Those you want to try and get exiled. before somebody else eats them on you. But beyond that, meh, whatever. What is this? Thought Dissector. Target opponent reveals from the top of their library till an artifact or X cards are revealed, whichever comes first. If an artifact is revealed this way, put it onto the battlefield under your control and sacrifice this artifact. Oh! Oh, that's adorable. So it's potentially only a one-shot. This is... Search target opponent's library for an artifact card. Put on the button. Okay. So acquire is bribery for artifacts, which we'll get to next week. This is for a sufficiently large amount. This is either going to mill somebody for a bunch or mill somebody for some and steal an artifact from their deck. But acquire, you get to search for the one you want. Thought Dissector, it's whatever the top one is. However, put it onto the battlefield under control and sack this artifact. Because the Dissector ends up in your graveyard, you can recur this. Drill Skimmer. 4 mana, 2/1 with flying. Has Shroud as long as you control another artifact creature. It is hilariously easy to have another artifact creature. It's also really easy for them to all be dead. Yeah. I don't know. So far, I'm a lot more interested in most of this, most of this bottom row than the Drill Skimmer. Gemini Engine. When it attacks, make a twin parent. Oh. So, let's say this has got some buffs attached to it. Let's say it's now a 7/8. This attacks. You get a twin token that's tapped and attacking as well. The twin at that point is also a 7/8. End of combat. The twin gets blown up. Interesting. I think if you can get an effect that I think if you can get like a populate style effect, you can keep some of your bonus twins around. I think you can keep some bonus twins around that way. You're not doing it with stuff like doubling season because they'll have the same sack at the end of combat effect. But if you get to make a token that's a copy of a token you control, via an effect like populate, you should be able to keep If I've got this right way around. Oh, that's hilarious. The tokens parent toughness are set equal to Gemini's parent toughness. If there's a glorious anthem on the battlefield, which gives your creatures +1/+1, Gemini engine is a 4/5. The twin token starts off as a 4/5, and then anthem gives it +1/+1, making the twin a 5/6. That's hilarious. Darksteel Brute. It's indestructible. Oh, dun 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 dun. You're indestructible. Yeah. Meh. 2 mana indestructible artifact. 3 becomes a 2/2 until end of turn. Uh, mm, I'm I'm rather meh on it. Because it doesn't do anything else that you're looking for. Like you're not paying 5 mana for a 2/2 indestructible creature, which is kind of what you're doing here. That's just meh. If it like I really wanted this to have like a mana ability of some sort, like enters tapped, tap for colorless, pay 3 gains, become no, does nothing. Full Shock Morningstar. 2 to cast, 2 to equip, +2/+2. Unfortunately, falls afoul of this entire cycle. For 1 extra mana, granted, big bump in rarity, but for 1 extra mana, +2/+2, 2 different protections, so commonly 2 different colors, depending on the sword, could be from creature types, could be from 2 different card types, something. And then some additional ability tacked on. Usually involving combat damage to a player, but sometimes when when it attacks or some other combat based trigger. So, I mean, you can play Volshock Morningstar, but my question is if you're playing Volshock Morningstar, why? And I'm not saying don't, but do you have a specific reason for it? Maybe you're building, Mirrodin track. Maybe you're building Mirrodin constructed. I don't know. But generally speaking, there's going to be better cards than that. You know what? Let's do this. Type equipment. Cost equal to O. Um, all right. Army of Rose, whenever attack, these are all going to have the same mana cost and equip cost. Army of Rose, it can get really big really fast. Banshee's Blade, whenever it deals combat damage. Eh. Creature type. That creature has. Oh, that's cute. Conformer Shuriken, maybe. Conqueror's Flail, maybe. Dowsing Dagger, people play. Imperial Plate is going to be huge because if you have 2 cards in hand, it is +2/+2. If you have 3 cards in hand, it's +3/+3, etc. Gorgon Flail giving Death Touch is actually kind of big. Hero's Heirloom is... You lose a point of toughness, but relevantly, if it... Well, it has to be attached to a legendary creature, so that one's debatable. Whenever you play a spell, equip creature. Nope. Monk's Fist has got job select. So you end up with a 2/1. But it is job select. Mortar Pod actually has uses. Basically, every time you can basically pay 2 mana, equip to a creature, then sack that creature. So basically, 2, sack a creature, 1 damage to any target. Slab Hammer brings lands from the battlefield back. Oh yeah, Sword of the Animus fetches lands when it attacks. Threaten Power Suit. +1/+1 for each or an equipment attached to it, and ward 2. So that's going to be kind of big. Yeah, so... Oh, geez. Vectus Gloves. +2/+0 and Artifact Landwalk. Yeah, so there's enough stuff that you should... There's enough stuff that's worth considering playing over the Morningstar. So if you're playing Morningstar, have an actual reason for playing Morningstar. I'm not saying don't. I'm saying have a reason for it. Razor Golem and this entire cycle of Affinity Golems. I had this backwards. Affinity for Artifacts was in... I was going to say Antiquities. Was in Mirrodin. Affinity for other stuff was in Darksteel. Thought it was the other way around. My bad. Usually if you hit usually if you get 3, there we go. Like, here's the thing. You get a 2-point discount, you're fine. So, Razor Golem, it's a 6 mana 3/4 with Vigilance. And Affinity for Planes. So, if it's a 4 mana 3/4 with Vigilance, that's fine. The better you get, the better it is. You know, you can drop this for 0 if you have enough planes in play. Spire Golem. 6 mana for a 2/4 with flying and affinity for islands. So knock 2 off. It becomes a 4 mana 2/4 flyer, which is fine. It's not amazing, but it's fine. But any better than that, and you're doing good. Frost Golem. 3/2 with Fear, affinity for swamps for 5. Again, 3 mana for a 3/2 with Fear. Okay. Tango Golem. It's just a 5/4 with affinity for force for 7. The fact that this can, especially when you're playing green, ramp out all the force you want. So on turn 4, you can probably cast this for like 1 or 2 and just, or like, hey, by the way, here's a 5/4. And Oxida Golem, you know, you've got a 3/2 with haste for 6 and affinity for mountains. So knock 2 off, you're looking at 4. It's fine. But if you get it for half price, a 3 mana 3/2 haste is actually pretty good. And then again, you can end up just paying 0 and getting it and going wee. But like if you're playing, here's the thing, if you're playing monocolored and you just want like a cheap, decently sized creature, and you have a bunch of basics in the deck, you know, if like half your mana base is basics, you'll be fine. And it should be relatively easy for you to cast them for like, let's say 4 mana apiece. And for the most part, that's fine. And the cheaper ones, the black one especially, you should probably be able to get that. Like the other thing is, in later turns, it means you can go, cool. Here's a big free creature or an almost free creature. Thunk. Chimeric Egg. Whenever an opponent casts a non-artifact spell, we put a charge counter on this. Oh, this is cute. So keep loading this up with charge counters, and then eventually go, every time I remove 3 charge counters, this is a 6/6 trample to end a turn. Yeah. If you can find additional ways to get charge counters on here. Oh, I don't know. I hear proliferating is fun with that. Because I can't rely on my... Because if I drop this and then like everyone casts like 2 artifacts, it's only going to affect my opponents. So I'll be able to activate this twice. So I'll probably activate it like once. And then wait a few turns. And then at some point go, oh, did you forget about me? Smack. But yeah, no, I'd I'd play the Morningstar over it easily enough. Spin Crusher. 2 to cast for 0/2. Whenever it blocks, put a +1 counter on it. Remove a +1 counter from it. This creature can't be blocked this turn. So basically, it trades. I block, and then I'm unblockable. I block you, you can't block me. I block you, you can't block me. I block you, you can't block me. But it's going to be like every other turn that it can do that, I think. Because if I'm... Unless it can give it vigilance. If you can give it vigilance, so much the better. ASO! Almost done Darksteel for tonight. Leon and Bola. I had Leon and Bola in a couple of my commons only decks, and I ended up finally cutting them. And the big reason I had them was because of this guy. who some of you are going to get tired of me talking about him. Scalar Tiller has a triggered ability that says whenever it becomes tapped, choose one of the two items. Usually I'm bringing lands from my graveyard back into play. But it's whenever it becomes tapped. Well, any way I can find to tap it is good. Leon and Bola. A quick creature has tap and unattached Leon and Bola. Tap target creature. I wanted it because it was a cheap way to tap the Scare Tiller. It just didn't do enough. All I wanted it for was to tap the Scare Tiller. I also had picked up this, Veteran's Voice. Tap enchant creature. Target creature other than the creature tapped this way gets +2/+1 till end of turn. Act only if enchant creature is untapped. The reason that it says that last line is because tapping is the cost. Yeah. It can get weird on timing and activating and stuff like that. But basically, I put this in Scare Tiller so I could turn around and go, cool, this gets +2/+1 till end of turn. And, oh, hey, by the way, I'm going to bring back this, my Capenna fetch land, and, oh, look, it dies already, so I gain a life, and I fetch this, I fetch a mountain out of my deck, etc., etc. This is a bit more useful than the Leon and Bola. The Bola is not as good as it looks. A lot of the like again the golems I would play over the Bola. Talon of Pain. Oh, right. Whenever a source you control other than this artifact deals damage to an opponent, put a charge counter on this set. Okay, so the interesting thing about this is a source is anything. You know, an attacking creature, a ability of a spell, or a like an activated ability or triggered ability or anything. Basically, whenever a thing you control other than this artifact deals damage to an opponent, put a charge counter on the Talon of Pain. So, if I attack with 5 creatures and say 3 of them get through, and each of them deals at least 1 point of damage, the Talon of Pain is going to get 3 charge counters on. If I cast Fireball at, 2 of my opponent's creatures and 1 of my opponents, it's going to hit. It's a source I control. Hitting my opponent, it's going to get another charge counter. If I cycle a card, and cycling the card deals damage to my opponent, cool. Here's another charge counter. Anything along that line. So basically, whenever a thing that I control, other than the Talon of Pain, deals damage, put a counter on it. Pardon me. So, then at some point I can pay, however many counters I want to remove. I can pay that much mana and and then remove that many counters and deal that much damage to any target. So it's a slow burn, but it is a burn. Then after that's the Tangle Golem, and that's fine enough for that, I think. And then what do we got for land? Oh yes, 3 lands. Darksteel Citadel. We all know everybody. Well, I shouldn't say everybody plays it, but it's played in so many different decks. Just because it's a untapped land that's hard to blow up. Blink Moth Nexus taps for color. Like all 3 of these tap for colorless. Blink Moth Nexus, you can pay 1 to make it a 1/1 flyer to land a turn, or you can pay 1 and tap it to give any creature that has the same type it does, i.e., Blink Moth, +1/+1 to land a turn. I will point out, as I commonly do, anything that's got Changeling has all creature types, which includes in this case Blink Moth. A squared plus B squared equals C squared. Do the math. And then Mirrodin's Core. Mirrodin's Core is one of those cards that I wouldn't mind having combined with some like proliferate shenanigans. Tap to put a charge counter on it. Tap and remove a charge counter to get 1 mana of any color. So you can tap it for colorless, or like every other turn, you get a colored mana out of it, a green mana, blue mana, whatever. Which is convenient in some decks. It's okay. Again, if you've got any sort of proliferate shenanigans, I know some decks in Pauper, for example, really like the cycle of cards like Peat Bog, which I'll bring back up because a lot of people are not aware about this cycle. Enters tapped with 2 counters on it, and there's 1 of these for each color. Tap and remove a counter to get 2 mana of the appropriate color. In this case, Peat Bog produces black mana. But if you've removed the last counter, you sacrifice the land. Well, because it's a counter, you can proliferate that. And if you just let it sit there for a while, you can proliferate it up to like 5, 6, 7 counters. And then go, oh, cool. So for the next like 5 turns, every time I tap this and remove a counter, I get 2 black instead of just 1. Hickory Woodlot, Sappers and Scary. I can't remember the other 2. I want to say the white one is Fountain of Chill. I don't remember. But yeah. It's not a trigger. It's a replacement effect. Trigger would use when, whenever, or at. It says, if there are no depletion counters on this land, sacrifice it. Actually, I don't even think it's a replacement effect. No. No, it doesn't. That is not a thing. you'd have to put additional. You'd have to put. I am not aware of any way that you can. Because here's the other thing. This is also a mana ability, which you can't respond to. This is why there's that funny little bit between Chromatic Star and Chromatic Sphere. Because Chromatic Star is a triggered ability that says when it's put in the graveyard from the battlefield, you draw a card. So that's a triggered ability that you can respond to. Chromatic Sphere, you are drawing the card during the resolution of a mana ability. Which ends up with some interesting, weird timing shenanigans. To the point where people use cards like that to break the game. To do things like being able to cast spells on their untap step. I don't remember how exactly it works, but I know part of it includes Chromatic Sphere, drawing the card. The draw replacement is replaced by Archmage Ascension, which has you replace, if it's got enough counters, you replace drawing with searching. And then Panglacial Worm says while you're searching your library, you can cast Panglacial Worm. With the worm in your library. I don't remember what leads up to the Chromatic Sphere, but I remember that's the end part of it. Yeah. I do not know how you would be able to respond to because the other thing to keep in mind is this is all a single instruction. If it had a separate line that said something to the effect of, like if it was tap, remove depletion counter from this land, add double black, and on a separate line it said, when there are no depletion counters on this land, sacrifice it. You could try to respond to it. Maybe by like well, nope. You can use your last counter to proliferate and say, no, you can't. Because removing the last counter is part of the cost. That's the other part of the problem. Now, I'll blame Deluxikov. He hasn't been here for a while, so I'll blame him. Although to be fair, I can't, I can't complain too loudly because he did, make the scene for me from first, didn't ask anything for it. And then, just quickly of interest, what's in Fifth Dawn? Wafers, Bobble, maybe Mana Geyser? Yeah, I might do Mana Geyser for the... Because Wafers, Bobble's seen enough reprints that... Oh, you mean from, like, Not this past weekend, but the one before? Or do you mean the one that just passed this weekend? Wayfarer's Bubbles had enough reprints. Ewit's had enough reprints. Knight's Whisper is. Knight's Whisper, maybe? Nice. I might use Knight's Whisper. Knight's Whisper or Mana Geyser. I'll have to coin toss on that one. Anyway. It is almost midnight, and I've been trying not to doze while I do this because I had to work last night, and then I had an appointment to get my haircut today, and so I did not sleep as well as I should have. And that's nobody's fault but my own. And I'm going to go turn around and I'm going to actually go to bed because it is nearly midnight. I mean, I'd say I'd blame Trump, but he'd probably find somebody to come after me. Even though I'm not even a resident of his country, so he'd probably still find someone to come after me. So, um, um, yeah, I'll just stuff. Anyway, I will see you guys next week. Ooh, do I want to stream next week? I might not stream next week. I might actually take the day off next week. And if that's a thing, I may stream on Wednesday instead. Um, September 30th would have been my dad's birthday. And key phrase would have been. He's been gone for the last 12 years, so I may not be in the mood to stream that night. I'll let you guys know when things get closer. Anyway, that being said, I'm heading off for tonight. Good night, everybody.